a tremendous amount of outpouring from the constituents that have arrived and the community members who are engaged in these discussions. And we're really optimistic and looking forward to that same kind of collaboration here tonight. We intended for this discussion to be respectful, constructive, and moving us closer to our shared goal in New Mexico, which is a safer place to live, work, and raise our families. Before I get going, I want to introduce a couple of really important parts of our communication system here and teammates so that they can be properly recognized. They are Gabby Score and Allie Harrison, who will be providing ASL translation tonight so that all may receive a message. Round of applause for our helpers there. And additionally, in the back, we have simultaneous Spanish language interpretation, which will be provided for this town hall by Denise Garcia and Annie Means. Thank you very much for your service and willingness to provide that important service. Thank you very much. This time, it is my honor and privilege to invite the City of Alamogordo Mayor Susan Payne to podium to share some opening remarks. Madam Mayor, please join me in the podium.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that we do have some elected officials, local elected officials. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I really appreciate that. Our county commissioners, city commissioners. Thank you for that. So, you know, as most of you know, 2023 was kind of a rough year for us. Well, really, even back to 2016, we lost an officer in 2016. But then as recent as 2023, we lost another officer, and that was pretty devastating for everybody, really for our community to see that twice in just a matter of a few years. We have seen, we have a child killed in our parks, you know that, and so it was a really rough year, and criminal justice has been a big initiative of mine, criminal justice reform. I think we can do a lot better, and I think that, for me it's important that we continue talking about it because we seem to get complacent when everything goes well and then something happens and it's like this mad rush to do something, to fix something. So we need to keep this at the forefront. It's really important that we talk about it, that we collaborate, that we find ways to make our community as safe as it can be, and not just our community, but our entire state. And so I personally want to keep talking about this. I know that this is important to a lot of folks that are here tonight. And of course, mental health. Mental health is also a big issue. And sometimes those go hand in hand. Not always. Please don't twist that. But not always. But they do sort of go hand in hand sometimes. And we need to be honest about that and have honest conversations. And this is one way we can do it. Back in August, the City Commission passed a resolution to make criminal justice a priority for us, and at that same meeting, we came to a consensus that we wanted to invite our governor to come in and hold the town hall. I had found out that she had held a town hall in Las Cruces, and I know she's back there, she can hear me, but I got a little salty because I was like, wait a minute, I want her here. And so we asked, and she graciously accepted, and I am very appreciative of that because we need to be able to express how we feel here. We're not Las Cruces, we're Alamogordo. I think it's very obvious we're a lot different than Las Cruces, and so our views might be a little different, and we need that opportunity to speak with our governor and communicate what we want to see and how we feel. So I am very, like I said, appreciative that she is here tonight and that she is willing to come and listen. And with that, I will quit speaking and I will introduce you to Governor Lujan Grisham.
With the same size, mighty small packages. like you, I love the state and every community. Our diversity and differences is what makes us strong. But Alamogordo has always felt like the other hometown for me. My sister went to school, to the blind school. My mom was on the Board of Regents. My brother-in-law, Wayne Jordan, practiced law here for many years until we lost him. My sister-in-law, Sandra Grisham, was a judge and a practicing lawyer, and I will be staying at her house because that's what you do when you have family in the community. I spent every weekend here for about 15 years in Alamogordo. It has a special place in my heart. It feels like where I grew up. So it means a lot to me that I get to be here. And it's important that you're here. And I know that you're giving up of your very valuable time. And I also know that we're still all a little bit exhausted after the holidays. But let me tell you more than the obvious about the Public Safety Town Hall, why I'm here. And I don't know that I've expressed it as well to the mayor and the leaders at this table up here. But we were recently in Gallup, and these public town halls started because as I'm trying to work with policymakers, which I'm supposed to do, and I know you do too, there are three branches of government, all equal. We don't tell each other what to do. We have to compromise and cooperate and figure it out. But I'm getting, it feels like thousands of calls and letters and contacts a week. And I don't need them to know and see the escalation of what I believe is risk we don't need in our communities, in our state. And as the mayor said, it can be complicated. It's not one thing, it's a lot of things. But interestingly enough, as I'm coordinating and cooperating and negotiating with the legislature and other policymakers, what I wasn't doing was coming into your hometown and asking you how you're feeling about these issues and whether or not some of the proposals that have already been debated, some have, some not, in the legislature, it feels like we're on the right path. And in Gallup, the gentleman said to me, you have all the power. I don't, and I shouldn't. But he crystallized for me something I'm not doing very well, which is he assumed I could tell judges what to do in their courtroom. I can't, nor should I. He assumed that I could tell the public defenders and the DAs. He actually debated with me a bit. Sure you can. You can just sign an order and tell them what to do, and I really can't, nor should I. No government can. Or that I can write laws. I can't do that either, nor should I. And I haven't really articulated that to far too many New Mexicans who live in fear in community or are really frustrated by the number of broken windows in their businesses and are really tired of what feels like me too, a revolving door. So I'm going to talk about it in this way. We've been doing a lot of work over the past, frankly, 6 years about public safety, and not enough feels like is changing. We've been doing a lot of research about the intersection, and I think the mayor said it so well. There's no broad brush here between people who are unhoused and have behavioral health issues, have sobriety issues, and public safety, and being really clear with the Mexicans about what we believe those are. Here's what all that research has done in terms of my perspective. Since about 2016, well more than 16,000 cases in New Mexico have been dismissed for something called competency. What that is, I think, for me, it was a little self-explanatory, but so don't let me over-explain. But basically, if someone has a mental health issue or a behavioral health issue, or if they're addicted to drugs or alcohol, then the Constitution, and that's true, and our state Constitution says, look, you're not competent to stand trial. You've got to get you sober and you've got to address this issue. The difference here is they're really, in large part, in many mention. There's not a requirement that they participate in a program. And as a result, thousands of these individuals repeat offend. To put that in perspective, well more than 5,000 are individuals who are these repeat offenders that you might hear about, that go before judges in many places 30 to 40 times a year. Of those plus 5,000 cases, more than 3,500 represent serious, dangerous, felony-level crimes. Murder, attempted murder, kidnapping, drug trafficking, gun trafficking, human trafficking, drug dealing, and the list goes on. And many of these repeat felons who are then armed, which is already illegal, are released because of competency. It is clear, if they're coming before a judge 30 to 40 times, to me, that this is a dramatic source of risk and crime in our communities. And I am sure especially painful for the families and the community here that lost 2 officers unnecessarily and unfairly in the line of duty by felons in possession of a firearm who should have been incarcerated. I think we have to change that law so that there's not this kind of discretion. 2, people need behavioral health in this state. And we've done a lot, but it's not enough to really provide access. My sense is, for the people who are here tonight, in large part, if you need that service and you make it available, you'll go and get services and support that you need. The people who are in this intersection of mental illness, behavioral health issues, and addiction, do not go for behavioral health. They do not stay in the program. We have lots of diversion programs available to courts and in our communities. No one stays. None of these individuals are knocking on my door, not on your door, saying, I'd love to get a 90-day treatment, because we would pay for it right now. And in fact, we have well more than 130, 150 beds available for people who need that inpatient care. There's no way to make an 18-year-old, an adult, or over, go, even if they're committing crimes 40 times a year, even if those crimes are felonies, and even if there is no other way to get them to get the help so that they can be accountable for their crimes and stand for trial. These are not the only proposals, but they are 2, at least from my perspective, so I'm interested in your opinions. I promise I'm going to be quiet. There are 2 really valuable things that New Mexico has not addressed for decades. And in fact, most other states have made these changes. States like Texas, Florida, Colorado, California, Washington, New York, Washington State, not a political environment, a practical, pragmatic approach to keeping people accountable and safe. I would also submit, and I don't have all of the hard data here, but it's coming, that notion that you won't be held accountable for these reasons in this state means that people come here knowing they have no fear of reprisal or arrest. And when you're police arrest, maybe not so much here, but I will tell you in many places in New Mexico, they're out in 2 or 3 hours. Right? So you might assume, I do, and I verify, it's incredibly frustrating to the men and women who are public safety officers who dedicate their lives to keeping us safe, that can't do anything about the person that they get repeat calls for. So these these are two things I would like the legislature to get addressed. I have also called for, and many of your legislators from this community, and I thank them, have supported our call for stiffening the penalties for a felon in possession. Those officers would be alive today if those individuals had been incarcerated and stayed the course. That's a fact. It's an outrage, at least I think. And I want to thank the policymakers from this community who have stood for those bills. But I cannot get them passed. I also think we should do pretrial detention. If you're a repeat violent offender, you have to make a much better case that this person can be released, because these repeat offenders are putting us at risk. There are many others, and maybe some New Mexicans don't quite believe this, but it is true. I have introduced a number of public safety penalty enhancements for drug dealing, human trafficking, pretrial detention, felon in possession, every single year since I was elected. And I think we have a lot of work to do. So this session, I'm counting on this community and so many others to really stand up for every New Mexican, no matter where they live, and to start to create these safeguards that would make us all safer. Last, this repeat sort of body of crime has now created this set of risks statewide, and you're experiencing these issues as well. Felons in possession, adults involved in criminal activity are making it far too easy for our teenagers to have access to guns. And the increase in juvenile crime and juvenile threats related to firearms is escalating. And the current body of law basically says in New Mexico, no matter how serious that crime is, including juveniles who have murdered, I have an 11-year-old with 2 murders, but they cannot be on camera. It has to be age appropriate, can't be cruel, but the notion that we don't have these safeguards for teenagers and young people is wrong. And it is escalating here beyond what we've seen anywhere else around the country. So I am motivated and really want us to do as much of this work in this 60-day session as possible. And again, I'm going to exit the stage because I want to hear from you. The legislative community here has largely been on board these bills. So I don't want anyone here to think I'm here to get you to strong arm the policymakers. But they need help too. And they may have new ideas yet to be discussed. And maybe they'll raise them here or you will. And I don't want to limit your comments to just public safety or homelessness, or housing, or anything else. But this is the area that we're struggling with the most in terms of coming to an agreement with policymakers. And I have no doubt that you can help me find the areas that more New Mexicans can agree with at night. And we can do something to make all of us safer here in New Mexico. Thank you again for letting me explain that, for allowing me and giving me all of that time. And thanks to the mayor, who's always kind to me and is never disagreeable, even when we don't agree, and is a really powerful leader, as well as all of your commissioners and your DA and police chief and your sheriffs have also been cooperating with us to gather data, to identify strategies, and have been very effective and supportive on a lot of this agenda. So I want you to know that too, and I want to personally thank them for their courage, their insight, and their work every day. All right? I'm going to be quiet, and I'm going to sit down. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Mayor. It's now my honor to get you introduced and acquainted with the remaining members of the distinguished panel that joined us up here on the stage. They're going to engage with this community in a collaborative process to help us reach our shared goal of safer Alamogordo. I'm going to ask, starting with the chief, sparing
Brian Suggs. I'm the district attorney for the 12th Judicial District. I just took office on January the 1st. I covered Lincoln County and Otero County. And I can't tell you that, I'm proud to say this, but it's going to require a lot of work. I believe I did take over the most aggressive prosecutor's office in the entire state of New Mexico. We do more criminal jury trials than any other district in the state. So, needless to say, my team and I hit the ground running on January 1. It's probably not going to slow down for a while. And I do enjoy or thankful for the invite to be here and look forward to hearing some feedback.
Thank you, DA, and thank you, panelists, for your commitment to this community and our state. I want to recognize a couple of distinguished guests in attendance that have joined us here tonight. Welcome to Senator Nicholas Paul and Representative Block. They have mentioned the cooperation of the legislative body here in Otero County. I'm grateful for your attendance here tonight. Also welcome to city and county elected officials, some of which are named. I also have been made aware that 12th Judicial District Court Judge Angie Snyder has joined us. Thank you, Judge, for your attendance here as well. City of Alamogordo Commissioners Warren Robinson, Josh Garber, Stephen Burnett, Sharon McDonald, Quinten, and Mark Tapley have also joined us. Thank you. As well as Otero County Commissioners Matherly, Varela, and Mark Clark. Welcome to our tribal leaders. Welcome, President Walsh. We're grateful for you, your attendance here with the leadership. I want to recognize public safety professionals of all disciplines, from our police departments, our fire departments, our public safety telecommunicators, and other first responders, our corrections officers, and other public servants who are well represented here tonight. I'm grateful for you. Welcome also to the business community of Otero County and Alamogordo property. I'm grateful for your participation in this town hall. We have cabinet secretaries and leaders from the different agencies throughout New Mexico are represented here. Public safety on our board, we have Homeland Security, the Healthcare Authority, the Secretary of Corrections, and their leadership staff is here, the Department of Health. Grateful for the leadership of those folks that are staff members here to lend their expertise to this community. Welcome to the men and women who are serving in our United States military, and especially our veterans. We have a round of applause for that. Thank you so much for your commitment to serving our country. And last but by no means least, I want to say welcome and recognize the citizens of New Mexico and Otero County, our neighbors, our community members. Your attendance at this town hall demonstrates the significance of public safety within this community. And I was moved by what the DA said and had some conversations with him upon his election. And I think he used the right word, aggressive. And aggressive is the stance related to public safety, and I think that is reflected here in the community's participation and concern with our current situation tonight. So we're grateful for you, and we're grateful for your willingness to come here and share in this process. We're going to talk a little bit about the format so that we can make sure that we get to everybody. You will see a couple of different staff members on both sides of the gymnasium that have microphones. If you raise your hand, they will recognize you. You can speak, you can ask questions, you can raise concerns. Everybody here that has a question or a comment wants to be heard will be heard. So there's no rush to worry about being first or last. We will stay until every person has had the opportunity to raise in front of this community the concerns that they have related to public safety. We ask a couple things. The first thing is if you can identify who you are so that we will be able to follow up with you on action items related to the things that you raised. Because that's very important for us to come here and learn the things, but then there are a series of things that will be required afterwards. We want to make sure we're able to contact you to follow up with progress and status of items. So please let us know who you are, as well as filling out the intake forms that you receive on the way. That is super helpful for us to track the issues and see what their progress is on the things that are raised tonight. As I mentioned earlier, and the governor and the mayor both reiterated, our goal here is to stimulate a robust discussion and idea generation surrounding the topic of public safety that is unique to this community. Please let us know what those ideas are. Please raise your concerns so that we can understand. You will be able to speak and you will be heard by this group. Please make the efforts of our comments on the focus surrounding areas of public safety, knowing that it touches all aspects of our community, which was raised earlier. Members of the panel will address the concerns, the questions that are raised, and we will begin that collaborative process where we start the generation of ideas that are born out of communities here in New Mexico. As I mentioned earlier,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeanette Barunda, and in a rural town, we wear several different hats, so I'm going to speak from two different hats. First and foremost, I run the mobile crisis response team out of the Alamogordo Police Department. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. So my first comment is about state statute, New Mexico State Statute 43-1-10. And in that statute, it states that any independently licensed clinician can do an emergency detention pickup order if they are connected to a core service agency or hospital. So being that I am neither, and I'm a City of Alamogordo employee, it's very difficult for me to get people who need to be put on a psychiatric hold to get help. So what the difference is in the children's code, I can put a psychiatric hold on a child, so if they're 17 and under, it doesn't matter if I'm associated with a core service agency. So I would really recommend that you look at that state statute and open it up to any independently licensed clinician, because if we're talking about public safety, any independently licensed clinician should be able to put a psychiatric hold on a patient so that we can get them help. So that's my first comment. And I can answer any questions on that, because that state statute also talks about officers. Any peace officer can put somebody in protective custody, right? But if we're talking boots on the ground, private practitioners and other independently licensed clinicians should also be able to do so. My second comment, and I'm going to take that hat off, and I sit on the board of CIT International, and I would also very much encourage a statewide chapter of CIT International. And what that would do is, in putting one person in charge of that chapter to get every law enforcement agency in the state to getting at the same standards, right? And those would be what CIT International has put forward as best practices. That would definitely be a state level position that is funded, and if there's, to look at other states, Oregon has a very prominent, successful statewide chapter person in charge of that, but I would encourage us to look at that.
Thank you. Those are very helpful suggestions. I might need you at the state legislature, so when I talk about commitment, it's related to this statutory design about who can do those orders, but also it's so narrow about what constitutes a placement for emergency orders that frankly, folks who can articulate, have the license training that you do a better job at figuring that nuance out, and so many communities are not, and people are not being helped when they really need it. And we need to broaden that for danger to self and others, and these very small temporary holds, because people who are really in trouble and very sick and compromised are not ready to be out on their own in 24 hours, 3 days, or 5 days. So thank you. That's exactly what we're after, making sure that we reflect that statutory change. I'm not sure we had on our list of areas to get done, so thank you. And that's easy. If there's something the state can do to join that national chapter and get it funded, watch this. Secretary DeBlassi, would you please get that funded and get that done right now? Done. It's done. Will you help me get it done? Can you leave your phone number? Because let's do it right. Make sure I do it right. Done. And thank you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Luke Harris. I'm a paramedic firefighter and captain of the Miss Claire Apache Fire Rescue. We provide public safety amid a failing economy, a broken and inadequate healthcare system, fractured communities, and declining public health. I've come to say that we will not improve public safety by being tougher on crime, and by crime I mean the criminalization of marginalization. We improve public safety by correcting the issues I mentioned earlier: economy, community, healthcare systems, and public health, while holding the entities that are in place to provide public safety accountable for their failings. In this area, the only thriving businesses are the ones selling marijuana, vapes, alcohol, and fast food, feeding the community addiction, metabolic and heart disease, and broken families. Is this keeping the public safe? Kids are educated in schools ranked in the lowest half nationally, with few opportunities for careers locally. Our families walk through neighborhoods with flags hanging from the porches that say, F your feelings. Are we going to leave our youth to fend for themselves, unprepared for the world, or throw them into the prison industrial complex? Does that improve the public safety? We have no adequate temporary housing for people living on the streets, and oftentimes police will get them an ultimatum, jail or the hospital, when they need not go to either. The hospitals run them through the ER and discharge them as quickly as they can to make room for what the ER is made for. Is this keeping the public safe? The jails will gladly keep them while their guards traffic illegal drugs to their inmates. Meanwhile, the sheriff's office entraps drug addicts, too inept to stop the real traffickers working in the county's own correctional facilities. Is this keeping the public safe? We have Otero County Sheriff officers who shoot unarmed teens and rather than render aid, put 15 more bullets into their bodies. Murderer Jacob Diaz is still out on the streets with no accountability, violating people's rights with a badge and a gun. Is this keeping the public safe? We largely rely on hardworking men and women who volunteer to provide public safety in volunteer fire departments across the county, compensating for private ambulance companies' poor response times in rural areas, and we repay them with a thank you for your service. Is paying lip service to true public safety health workers how we keep them involved and improve services? The immensely ill and homeless are not our enemies and do not need to be strong-armed. Jesus Christ never advocated for stronger enforcement of the state's laws, but rather care and help of those that are struggling. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. Perhaps the reason why everything is getting worse is because we're approaching it completely the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope this doesn't sound trite. I'm not intending to do that. Every comment is valuable, appreciated, and makes a difference. I do thank you for your service. I was at a retirement recognition for firefighter retirees in Albuquerque, and those very same firefighters, frankly, the paramedics we see more often than not, saved my daughter's life. So I'm very clear about that role, and that it is something we should thank folks for. To your point, it's a very important thing that you've done for me, which is I don't do this as well as I could. And we may not agree on everything. That's not the point of me being here. It's to hear from you. So thank you. I'm not looking as a public leader for a mutually exclusive set of efforts. We must invest in programs and services. And while I don't think New Mexico has everything addressed, we are in fact the only state in America with this new stat, and it's a big one. We went from 50th in childhood poverty in 2 years to 17th. We had the highest wage growth per capita in America. It's not enough. Family, of course, now at just above 61,000. When I took office, between all of us working together, every policymaker, is 23,000. We're going to do more in that regard. We put in $125 million into housing. I just came from Las Cruces, where we did groundbreaking for a complex for folks who often get ignored and marginalized because of their poverty, their behavioral health issues. Not that those are all together, separate categories, sometimes they're together. And the fact that they are marginalized and or unhoused. Focus. We are doing a ton of crisis intervention, need more. We are doing a ton of behavioral health, 75% increase in just 1 year. We're putting a $1.5 billion lift into hospitals and healthcare so we don't have this revolving door. We have free child care for most New Mexico families, and by the end of this legislative session, I believe we'll be the first state in America to have universal free child care, including free universal, which we already have, pre-K. Investing in families who don't have the same opportunities and never got a chance, sir, I agree with you 1,000%. If I'm articulating only that we want a criminalized response, I'm doing a terrible job. Repeat, serious, dangerous offenders that need a different intervention, whether that's accountability behind bars, because they're murdering and trafficking children, versus people who have never gotten a fair shake from anyone, anywhere. This is not what we're doing. And I think that where states have made mistakes, potentially this one too, is that we focus on one side of that equation, and then another, and then back, and then another. Most states in America are now doing both of those things at once, and in my visits, it really looks to me like it's working, although we're leading the nation in early interventions, home visiting, infant and toddler supports, child care, pre-K, moonshot, and the outcomes I'm quite looking for in education, before and after school programs, and now universal free college, 2-year, 4-year, part-time, full-time, which this branch now, like many others, we have the second highest college enrollment in the country. And we have the highest first-time enrollment by first-time college attendees by often marginalized families by far in the country. And I think we should do more. If there are areas in that continuum, being a health, I'm less secure about talking about those access points, been really tough. We're working diligently. We're certifying every community health center to be a crisis behavioral health center, which means they get more money, more training, more support. We can do more community things. They don't require commitments. They don't require all these rules. They just are there to support you in whatever situation you're in. If we're missing something in the continuum, particularly from someone with your experience, you see it, you know it, you have relationships with these individuals and families. We want that in our, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology anymore, please forgive me, but that social safety net, really working at equal opportunity and lifting people up. I need to know what that is, because I will tell you, the state has the resources to make those investments in every community. And we did the Rural Healthcare Delivery Fund. We've done a ton in healthcare. I'm really proud of that work. It doesn't mean, to this gentleman's point, that it has reached everywhere, but it's making the differences we intend for it to make. I'd love to work with you about what else is missing, but I intend to work on both ends of that equation. And thank you for allowing me to make sure people don't think that I don't agree with you, that we have to do more to lift people up and keep families healthy and whole. And we also have universal meals at school. We have healthy cooking. I should alert you that I'm not aware of more than 1 or 2 schools in total, not school districts, in total, that are willing to use the money that we give them for extended support, which is before and after school programs, transportation, kids supports, family supports, or will do scratch healthy cooking, which we will pay you to do, and none of the schools will do it. And I'm trying to figure out how to keep incentivizing that. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know if you've all been to a school and seen that they're serving their kids, but this gentleman is not exaggerating the point that our public health investments are not paying off and are not even done in the way that they should. But it's only literally out of 800 plus schools, it's 2. Now I'm working really hard and I'm not very happy about that, and they know. And I'm likely to try to get it mandated, and I don't know if they'll win that in the legislature. Most of that work in schools is voluntary. That means that the schools don't have to utilize evidence-based efforts that the legislature appropriates money for. And so to that gentleman's point, you don't get those public health outcomes that also make people more resilient and healthier, have less behavioral health challenges and addictions. The evidence is very clear. He's absolutely correct. I just want to give you kind of a sense, but if there's something I'm missing in those equations, I'd love to know more, and I appreciate your courage tonight. Thank you so much. Am I missing anything?
Thank you for coming tonight. Really appreciate you bearing the crazy weather and still coming to see us here, first off. Now, I agree with that gentleman that just spoke, 1,000%. Here's my business card, sir. I want to be in touch with you. I represent LULAC. My name is Greg Gutierrez, by the way. LULAC Council 8105. And we are trying to help the homeless. I've been raising money. We've also been working to address food insecurity. We grew community gardens this year, 3 in Alamogordo, 1 in Tularosa. And we want to do more. We don't want to stop there. We want a homeless shelter here. We want tiny homes for everybody. We want law enforcement that's not going to, murder people and kill people. We want everything. We want all the good things that Albuquerque has and more. And you know what? Look, I understand you guys want to clean up the streets and the crime, and I agree with that too. But we need to get the services in place. We need to take care of these people first, and then we can clean up the streets. Because that's where the crime is coming from. People don't have services. They don't have mental health. They're struggling. I met a lady just tonight at Mountain View Church. She's homeless. And she went to the hospital, to the ER, just a few nights ago, and they gave her an IV and rushed it. They put it on full blast, and then the nurse said, and by the way, I'm calling the cops on you, and trespassed her. And they threw her in jail, made her plead guilty to just trespassing. I don't find that acceptable. And I think we need to seriously look into that. Again, my name is Greg Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. So I don't know all that. So we'll start with, if it's all right with you, the hospital case. Hospitals really can't do that. I mean, if you assault a practitioner or another patient, certainly there's a body of law that prevents that, and you should call someone who can deal with that situation. They have an obligation to be everyone safe. They don't get to make judgments about where you live, who you are, whether you're unhoused or not, and if that actually occurred in that way. Also, Secretary de Blasio, she licenses all of the hospitals, so that's something we may have to review again. If you're from the hospital, I'm taking that fact pattern in exactly the way, no challenge to Mr. Gutierrez. Everyone should feel really confident about being able to express your ideas and concerns, and there are no judgments and negative reactions up here. But in that fact pattern, they actually can't do that. So I don't know what happened, but we should look at that. We're very interested in housing. I've been encouraging the legislature to put more into investments for folks who are homeless or unhoused or at risk. I was able to secure about $20 million, so we might need to be reaching out to folks here because we are giving all of the current shelters the boost, and we're looking for housing projects. I told you, just came back from one in Las Cruces. We're doing many others. It's not enough to do everything, but it's a good start, and I'm asking for at least $100 million more for these buildings and structures. I have a bunch of mixed reactions about tiny homes. They don't always work. They are working in some communities, something else that we call it pallet homes, but really getting people out of the weather and the elements and creating an environment without they'll receive help. And I've been visiting some of the best programs, at least in my opinion, based on outcomes and interviewing people who live there and who've been helped in multiple jurisdictions and states. I've been doing that for well more than a year. One-stop shops. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't have a shelter, you gotta have one. But I'm beginning to see the benefit of having everyone sort of co-located and triaging one place for intakes, one place to really get your arms around that. And so I'm interested in supporting those requests in this community. We typically give money because it's a bit of a requirement, not completely. I want to be careful. I usually give money through local lines of government. That's how our state constitution works. If I'm being very broad about that statement, that's not to say we don't have vehicles to get money out to the private sector and organizations or the faith-based community. So we should talk about that, because I expect I'll get a healthy appropriation that allows us to do exactly this kind of work. And again, it has to be all of the above. I do want to highlight the opposite of that, just to be balanced. Right now, where I live, in Santa Fe, the shelters are really struggling with crime. These people won't go to the shelters. In fact, they won't go to at least one shelter in Albuquerque, because the likelihood that you're assaulted by someone at that shelter is so high. And they can't keep staff or contractors because it's not safe. And in many of the shelters, which is very uncomfortable, and I'm just going to say it out loud, I'll always tell you where I've been and the truth and where my head is. But I just went to what I think is the most interesting of the designs I've seen, a place called the Mayfair Hotel in downtown LA. Has about 300 units, and there's a ton of security. There are cameras everywhere, which a lot of advocates don't want me to engage in, and they don't want it. And I don't tell you how to build your community programs. I provide the funding, that's up to you. But it's an interesting dichotomy here in the debate. And you go through a metal detector, and you don't get visitors in your room, and you must be sober. What you do during the day, and the job training, all of that, the business, but you have to put contraband into a locker. They've had no incidents. People are staying 90 days, 120 days, a year, 2. They're creating a real different dynamic in the communities, and they didn't want this in their neighborhood. It's embraced by everyone, and they're making more of these. So is San Francisco, so is San Diego, so is Portland. And I think this concept in areas where we got too much, maybe we waited too long, have real merit. I think in places where that's an overreaction, it can't be a one-size-fits-all. That was too long of an explanation. I apologize. You can probably hear the frustration and passion in my voice. I said the town hall in Las Cruces, I've had people who are on house live with me for a long time. I'm very familiar with the benefits of providing support, compassion, and dignity and respect. And understanding that there are safeguards that need to also be in place. So I'm encouraging you and this community to think about that. I'm encouraging the county and the city. Tell me what we need to spend here, and expect me to fight hard and get it delivered to you, and to get it started as quickly as possible, including if you have buildings that need just to be retrofitted, that could be done right away. And if you've got people who are, you have at least one here in the front, I'm going to pick on you, that's so unfair as a first person, but when you've got real expertise about how to do crisis intervention work and training, use these individuals, they're certified to do this work. I am not. To get the concepts that are right for your community. So I'm in, and you have me at hello about working hard to get you the resources you deserve.
One sec,
Oh,
Jesse.
no, you're,
Jesse.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you said this right. I have something to say. I'm listening, and, in full disclosure, for those of you who don't know by now, you should know by now, I actually run a human services nonprofit. I work with homeless and low-income individuals every day, so I'm keenly aware of the dynamics of all the complexities of it, and I understand that. Our nonprofit receives between 30 and 40 phone calls a day. We're so far behind now, it's crazy. And we're run by volunteers, but we do, we work with a lot of agencies in town. I do understand it. I look at it from a different perspective, and I would be remiss if I didn't share that perspective. And it's probably not as popular as some, and I'm okay with that. But what I believe is we need to teach people to do the things that they're capable of doing for themselves. And while I don't disagree that we because it's not sustainable. We cannot keep people in shelters or low-income housing forever. We can't do that. We need to teach them that they can do better. And if we don't believe that, then quite honestly, shame on all of us, because I think everybody's capable of more. I understand that we have individuals that maybe are not as capable, but I've been working with them for 16 years, and I have seen phenomenal progress when we invest time in them. And I think for me, just providing shelter or just providing for them, gentleman, Mr. Gutierrez talked about raising funds. We had a backpack program. We provided 250 food bags a week to children in our public schools, and we did that for over 10 years. It was $2,000 a week to do that, and it became unsustainable after a while because food prices go up and that kind of thing, right? And so we did the best we could. But I believe that I believe that it has to be a two-pronged approach. I'm not saying that people don't need help. I'm saying that we need to look at this as, yes, we need to help them, but at the same time, we need to develop programs to teach them to help themselves. There's no reason why people can't be successful. There's no reason. And when we look at it as we just need to do for you while you sit there and we'll take care of it, we're not truly helping people. I don't believe that we are. I think independence is what we need to teach. We need to teach independence. And is it a process? Man, it's a process. I've had people that I've worked with for a couple of years, and we teach classes on that kind of thing, and we have individuals in our classes that some of them I shake my head and go, we're in trouble here. But by the end of the year-long program, they're quite independent. And so I'm not saying that it's not a good idea. I'm saying that, in my opinion, it is not sustainable to continue doing that. And if we don't view it in a way that we want to help people to help themselves. I always say we don't want to do for people, we want to do with people. And I think it's important. Otherwise, they're going to just continue coming. They're going to continue coming to us. They're going to continue asking for that help. And I'm going to tell you right now, the reason that a lot of people quit doing this kind of work is because of burnout. And you can be burned out really quickly. We have to work at it from an angle that we're not going to continually help people, but we're going to walk alongside of them. And as long as they keep walking, we're going to keep walking. And if they stop, then we have to stop. We have to teach them to do the things they're capable of doing for themselves. And if it's a mental illness that is stopping that, then I'm sorry, but I do believe that we need to address that mental illness in a way that is either going to help them to become, it's just not sustainable otherwise. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing what we're doing that. I feel very strongly about that.
My name is Rudy Contreras. I think a lot of the persons in the panel there might know me, at least a couple of them do. But anyway, I want to address a couple of questions to Mayor Susan Payne and Chief David Cocinero. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. But talking about crime, I think the worst crime of all in our society is murder. Am I right? Okay. Now, my grandson was murdered in July of 2019. My grandson's murder investigation has never been done properly. In fact, they shut it down without even letting us know. I'm saying this because the local DA recused himself from prosecuting or even looking into my grandson's murder back in 2019, and he referred it over to the 10th Judicial District. But anyway, I can go on and on with this. I want to ask Susan Payne why she has refused to talk to me and my family regarding my grandson's murder. I want to ask Chief David Cocinero the same thing. If you want to talk about crime, I think you need to start looking into the practices of the local police department as to how things are done, how they're doing it. I have reports, I have records. Talk about perjury. Talk about all that stuff. It's crazy. And I have asked over and over again to talk to Mayor Susan Payne, to David Cocinero. Not even the DAs, the local DAs wanted to talk to me about this. To this day, there has not been any public official or any court official, any police department official that have reached out to us on their own accord. Not once. Lieutenant Raymond Brown, he was the one that did my grandson's investigation. That report is full of holes. It's so contradictory and it's so inconsistent, you wouldn't believe it. And he also never reached out to us on his own accord to talk to us. Nobody asked us anything about my grandson. They established a false narrative of suicide even before arriving at the crime scene. And again, to this day, I want to ask these people why they are refusing to talk to me and my grandson's family.
Okay, well, I did talk to you. The first time I met you was in front of the courthouse, right?
I'm sorry?
I said the first time I met you was in front of the courthouse.
All right, you're going to have to speak up.
The courthouse, I met you in front of the courthouse. Do you remember I spoke with you?
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
And
So I did speak with
city
you.
attorney.
What's that?
He was on, in fact, the individual that murdered Officer Anthony Ferguson was the same individual that murdered my grandson back in July of 2019. And you guys were protecting him at that time.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry, but that's just simply not true.
I can show you.
And
I have records and reports.
That is simply,
I have the CD interviews. I have the CD interviews of those individuals being interviewed, and I can show you how you were protecting them.
I think you need to think.
And you know what? You guys enabled Dominique De La O, enabled him to murder Officer Anthony Ferguson. If you guys would have done what you were supposed to do back in 2019 when my grandson was murdered, Officer Anthony Ferguson will more than likely be alive today.
Okay.
And that's the God honest truth. I will be here saying
Can
that.
I answer that? Can I answer that? Can I answer you? Okay. In 2019, I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I was not familiar with your grandson's case. I'm still not super familiar with it, other than what you told me that day. I had no idea. I was not the mayor in 2019, and I didn't know anything about it. In terms of now, I have to follow the advice of legal counsel, and if they tell me that it's best not to meet with you, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't do it. My job is to protect this city. And my job is to protect this city. And if I'm told not to do it, then I need to follow the advice of legal counsel. I don't have an option now. I can turn it over to our police chief, and he is more familiar. He's more familiar with the case than I am. I haven't read a file. I don't know anything about it. So I'm not avoiding you. I'm following the advice of legal counsel.
You know what the city attorney told me when you referred me to him? Mrs. Ashley Smith, she's leaving now. But you know what she told me? She didn't want to talk to me. She told me this has been a done deal. That's exactly what she told me. And I'm not going to talk to you anymore about this. In fact, when I was asking Detective Raymond Brown, he was a detective at the time, and I was asking him for trying to get some records as to how to go about this, how to go about that. He told me, I'm not going to talk to you about this anymore. Do not be calling me. Do not be calling me whatsoever. His supervisor, Lieutenant McCauley, as soon as he hung up, Lieutenant McCauley, less than a minute later, calls me back and tells me the same thing. And do you know that I was threatened when I was out there in the street by law enforcement? I did not report this to Chief Richard Denton because I had already had worked with him, and he was very, very uncooperative.
I know you are the police chief, but I thought I might do this. One thing that hasn't been said, is that this should not happen to anyone. And I am so sorry. And I know that that's how the mayor feels and everyone else in this community. None of us should lose someone we love to any kind of violence. But just let me finish. You and I have also spoken, and I really appreciate the strength and your courage and emotion to get to the bottom of what must be still a horrific situation for your entire family. I need to be very, very cautious. I'm going to get my secretary for the Department of Public Safety cranky with me, but I have done this in a couple other circumstances where I can. And it's not to do anything to the city or the county or the independence of the league of the police departments. The state does not do that. But we do have an investigatory arm, and we look at issues and cases, and both things have happened since I've been governor. One, something like this gets referred to us, we take a look at it again, and we find that maybe some things do not get addressed as thoroughly as they should. We might have a different opinion. We've also had the reverse conclusion, that everything that we're looking at is exactly what we found. It's exactly consistent. We see no issues. The Attorney General's office can sometimes also take these kinds of investigatory re-reviews. They're not required for us to do them. But sometimes in the context of helping families, and sometimes I struggle because I worry that it sounds like I'm being, condescending. This is real pain. It's unfair. I'm trying to deal with so much of this juvenile crime. My heart goes out to your family. I cannot imagine. But if there's a place here, and that will be independently determined, I don't tell the police what to investigate. I don't tell them what to find. I don't call judges and tell them what to do. Or yes, I shouldn't. But I can ask them to independently make a decision about that. So can we take a look at this? And it is not to blame the community. We don't do that either. But maybe that could provide some insight. And it gets it out of the legal liability for right here. Does that seem like that might be a satisfactory first step for us? I can't promise that they investigate it. But we can take that with us and just see what they think. Is that at least a little helpful in this design?
I wanted to say this in front of the community here, okay? Because they have pushed this thing under the rug as far as they can for the last 5, 6 years, okay?
Mr. Contreras.
But one more thing. When does it warrant for a police department to be internally investigated like Albuquerque was? When does that warrant? Of all the murders that we have had here in this town, you know about it. When does it warrant for this police department to be investigated? When do you investigate the investigators?
It depends. The DOJ, federal arms, and they've investigated a lot of different policing units and departments. The one that comes to mind is the last big investigation in Espanola as a result of it led to the removal. And I want to be careful that we don't lead anyone to believe that we are all feeling very, I'll speak for myself, I'm feeling very anxious about the officer-involved shooting resulting in the death of a Mescalero Apache member is still more. And it is a very tense moment for everyone here. And certainly there's no comparison to how loved ones feel. I spoke to the Albuquerque, Bernalillo County District Attorney just yesterday. And again, he does not report to me, nor should he. These are independent reviews. The state police do the investigations. That is independent and objective, and then a DA. State doesn't do that. State police don't say, this worked well, this didn't work well, we want you to do X or Y. They provide that investigation, that report, to an independent DA. It's a tough job for both parties. He's not going to tell me what's going on in his review. He shouldn't. I don't have a sense about what it all includes, but I know that he takes it very seriously, and he was clear they're doing their thorough and appropriate job. The next question I'm sure someone will ask, I don't tell sheriffs or police officers how to run their organizations. I don't always agree, they don't always agree. They're not always on the same page about investments or strategies. That's the art of figuring out how we make things right for communities. It's a good system. Typically, in this kind of a situation, we still have officers like that. That is not a required thing, but I know it complicates people's feelings. This is a very tough set of circumstances that nobody up here, I'm going to speak for all of you, take lightly. I certainly don't. And I'm going to say that there are tensions in every community, including this one, about police actions that aren't correct. I'm not suggesting this is or isn't. I don't know. I'm not doing the investigation. And allegations that are shown not to be accurate, where police are targeted. It's usually both. No state, no jurisdiction is completely exempt from these difficult sets of circumstances. Here's my hope. But whatever the DA's review states, that it brings peace, healing, accountability, if that's required. Because this community, the broader community, including Mescalero, deserve that. And I hate that we find ourselves in this situation. So for this gentleman, I'm going to ask the state police to make a determination about whether they can review. They might ask the AG whether the AG can make a review. Happy to do that. Feel like it's our responsibility to respond to your request in that regard. We don't know the AG, and I know they have a really hard job. They do. And so I hope that felt balanced, and there was clarity that we will not tolerate any abuses in any system. You just heard me say that if the facts that Mr. Butet has presented, not that you wouldn't give me the facts, but I got to look at them. If the hospital did what you said in the way that you said, that's actionable. So we're going to hold people accountable, but I need all the facts, and they have to be reviewed, and that's not something that a governor does by herself or a mayor does by herself. And when it's in your community, it's not something that a police chief or a sheriff does. And they're doing their jobs in that context. I see no argument about that. And I thank you for being up here and helping me make sure that this community knows that we respect all points of view and recognize there's real emotion here about a number of things. Was that fair? I didn't. Okay, I'm trying very hard to be
we'll set up a meeting. I don't refuse to meet with anyone, so I'm happy to do that, sir.
I am in no way trying to paint the police department or the courts with a broad brush. I am not doing that. But you know what? It only takes one or two rotten apples to spoil a whole barrel.
So I do feel like that was sort of painted with a broad brush, if I have to be perfectly honest about it. I do. And I will tell you that as hard as that is for some people to believe, police officers are human, okay, and they don't always get it right. But I think it's incredibly disingenuous to suggest, and I am going to get defensive, I am. But I think okay, but I have every right to, right? So I think it's incredibly, I think it's incredibly disingenuous to suggest that our police department in any way is intentionally corrupt. I think it's disingenuous. Because I can tell you that our officers put themselves on the line every day. I have seen them personally. I've had to call them before I was in an elected position and now. And I have seen them operate with compassion, with sensitivity. I have seen them get beat up on social media and in person. I have seen them, because they're bound by law, not do what someone else thinks that they should do, or not act in a way that somebody else believes they should act. And they're not always going to get it right, but I'm sorry, I would be remiss if I did not defend our police department, because they work incredibly hard every day to protect and serve our community, and they deserve recognition for it.
Next question.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Governor Grisham, distinguished guests, and fellow citizens. Can you hear me okay? All right. Okay, my name is Chita Lukowski, and I'm a volunteer for the Developmental Disability in New Mexico. Right now, I'm serving on the MIVIA program. I know you're familiar with that, okay? And also, I am serving at the Community Administration for Community Living. It's a state level as a council, okay, in Washington, D.C. But anyway, this is all volunteer work. I live here in New Mexico and in Alamogordo for the past 38 years, okay? Well, I'm also a family caregiver for my 45 years old daughter who has intellectual developmental disabilities, autism, cerebral palsy, and she is on MIVIA program. And I just want to say, from my personal note, that I want to express my sincere appreciation for your support, especially in implementing the program and mandatory training for family caregivers and all the direct staff of prevention of abuse, neglect, and exploitation for people with special needs. Okay. Even though I'm a mom, I have to go to a background check. Take care of my own daughters at home, and which I think this is an excellent program. Okay. I am honored to speak before you tonight. As a resident of this community, I am deeply invested in finding solutions to the pressing issues of crime and homelessness that affect all of us. Okay, especially right now, the issue is personal care services, caregiver, workforce crisis. Okay? Governor Grisham, by passing the bill, House Bill 94, increasing the reimbursement rates for personal care services under the Community Benefit Program and the annual workforce data correction and cost study during this 2025 legislative session, this will be one of the solutions to tackle crime and homelessness. Personal care services. Okay, remember that one? Okay, personal care services are the frontline services that offer essential support in rehabilitation and wellness treatment, such as activity of daily living, medication monitor, bathing, feeding, and grooming. These services can significantly reduce recidivism rates and are likely to offend and assist with reintegration of people with mental illness, developmental disabilities into society, fostering self-sufficiency and stability to lead productive life. This approach not only benefits the individual, but also enhances the overall safety and well-being of our communities. Furthermore, New Mexico legislature must correct workforce data annually. This will give us the analysis, logistic, and to analyze what are the trends and where are people working and how much they're being paid. This information is vital for making well-informed decisions to address the workforce crisis and ensure that every New Mexicans receive the care they deserve. Without this measure, we risk losing dedicated personal care service providers, leaving our most vulnerable citizens without essential care. In conclusion, personal care services are vital to our community's effort to combat crime and homelessness. Investing in these services can support individuals in need, reduce recidivism, and build a stronger, safer, and more compassionate community. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to working together to make this community a better place for everyone.
For the audience, I won't be long-winded, I promise. I see people standing, and I'm grateful. If you don't know what media is, it is the way in which we take public funds, largely Medicaid. We pay family caregivers, and without this specialized program, you can't pay family caregivers. The bulk of caregiving in this state and in this country, depending upon who's doing the analysis, I would go with the Alzheimer's Association, it's about $1 trillion in what this country would have to spend if they were paying all the family caregivers. It's largely a body of women, largely women of color, and we haven't done right by those services. Good news about New Mexico, we do it both in Medicaid, and if you're not eligible for Medicaid, there's another program called New Mexicare, it does the same thing. Without paying family caregivers, no matter what we do about rates, there are not enough providers to meet the need, particularly for older folks who aren't developmentally or have intellectual disability, who don't have enough caregivers in long-term care facilities, or for aging populations at home either. I would ask a favor from you. Thank you for your national leadership, local leadership. Thank you for fighting for families. Thank you for working to clear the waiver. You're like the only state in America to do that. We're having some struggles right now maintaining that. Your point is you need more workforce to be able to do it right. But I would ask if we could get your phone number. We've moved services from Department of Health to the new Healthcare Authority. We're trying to figure out rates to get limited perspective in this community. When we do a rate increase, which we should do, it's like $300 million. That's before you get to long-term care. That's another 300 or 400 million. And that's not an excuse, but it competes, and sometimes you just get lost in the translation. I'm very interested in making sure that essential caregiving, pre-K, child care, MEVIA, Medicaid, Medicare, that we're doing right by our families. I'd like to just spend a little more time with you. And I want to thank you for knowing about those programs and working so hard to make sure that New Mexico builds more of them. Thank you.
Good evening, Governor. Thank you for coming down with this light snow that we received. I'm David Lukowski, okay, Shinda's other better half. And of course, I've been working with her and the state of New Mexico developing the disability program from the ground roots. So thank you, Chinda, for what you've done for the state of New Mexico. What I'd like to bring to is, for about 3 years, quite a while ago, I worked with the Otero County Economic Development Commission. And one of the things that I see as a cornerstone to reduce crime is the economic development of what the state can do to help Otero County and Alamogordo bring employers in here that can employ folks of, 500,000 people, because I sincerely believe that economic development is the cornerstone to reduce crime. If you got people working, and they have, it's revolving, but it always starts there.
Lowest unemployment in 20 years. I have an idea. How many of you are aware of your brackish water treatment plant nearby? It's too small. We can do more. It's a huge job creator. So for all my policymakers out there, I'm going to do a shameless, inappropriate plug. Let's pass the strategic water supply. Let's do more brackish water. Let's clean up and do desalination. Let's have more jobs. Jobs in this community, particularly with the base who's got a ton of expertise, plus all the amazing people that live and work here. That's a job creator all by itself, and I'm 1,000% in. I asked for $500 million for that economic development, focusing on Alamogordo and so I'd like to try to get that into. I'm going to compare that to $250 million to put it in perspective. We literally have billions, and I'm going to do another shameless thing as the governor. It's the best economy, I think I've said that, in 20 years, lowest unemployment rate, we're in the top 5 or 7 nationally. We're doing a lot of the right work. Is it enough? Of course it's not. As long as we have poverty, it's not enough. So I want that, and any other. If that's not what this community thinks is the priority for economic development, you don't need a bossy short governor telling you what kind of economic development to do. You want to invest in whatever you think makes the difference. But I want that too. So thank you. And I'll make sure my economic department secretary, former chamber commerce guy, Rob Black, gets out here and talks to your local economic development people. Just count me in. And I promise that. Yeah, and the mayor's already bossing me, so, which is her job. So thank you for that. And I just gave that as an example. So anything you think works here is something I'm interested in making sure we can fund it. Thank you.
Joy Flack. I'd first like to give a compliment to the Mescalero tribe and how they keep their forest. I believe that has had a huge impact on controlling wildland fires. And having investigated many wildland firefighter fatalities, I appreciate it. Second, I am saddened and surprised, Governor, about the lack of laws here in New Mexico. My father, grandparents are buried here in Columbus, New Mexico. I fortunately got to come back to this state to retire. I had a drug-addicted daughter in the state of Washington. And it was only her doing jail time that turned her life around. There is not one answer for these drug and alcohol addicted problems, so we have to have a multi-pronged approach. And law and jail is one approach that we must have, in addition to the other programs. Because when she got out of jail, she went into a program. Thank you.
I'm shocked by that too. And in states like Washington and Oregon, they've long been leaders in assisted outpatient treatment, which is required medication for a very small, but segment of the population who can't say yes. It took me 16 years to pass that legislation here. 16 years. And when it got passed, there's no teeth. None. You could just say no. You still don't. You're still not accountable. You can still commit crimes, and you lose that. Families lose their loved ones to this addiction. It's completely unfair. We don't talk about the trauma, the damage to the families. Like most Americans, far too many Mexicans. I have my own family members who have long struggled with addiction, who were unhoused, some who got well, some who didn't. The one that I'm really comfortable talking about is my nephew, who at 16 was on his way to jail, was also part of a gang. It was making it very hard for him to make the choices, and they wanted to tie a family instead. He's completely sober as well. He's living in California. My brother had to mortgage his house twice. Because there are no programs, and we don't do those commitments. Now, as a 16-year-old, my brother had more control. But not when he turned 18. But it was the states that have these guardrails that saved my nephew's life. It's not the route for everyone. Thank you. It cannot be the only solution. You don't incarcerate your way out of these issues. You do more prevention and treatment. But there is a segment of the population that will not, cannot get well. And parents have zero tools, zero, in the state of New Mexico. Not one. And that doesn't seem to be a balanced approach to this problem. And the only path for too many of those families is complete estrangement and the likelihood that they lose that family member to addiction and violence. And that doesn't seem right to me either, nor does it seem very compassionate. So can I quote you? Because I don't get it right. I cause confusion. Maybe because I'm so verbose. I'm so sorry. So they keep giving me coffee, so I'm all out of it. But it's complicated, and you need all of these tools. And the effort by New Mexico should be to use the right tools in the right way at the right time. But the absence of those tools is risk unto itself. And I am going to use that statement because it so much more clearly demonstrates what it is we're trying to accomplish.
A multi-pronged approach. And I feel your family pain. We had to not allow our daughter back in the house because of younger children. She lived on the streets of Seattle. She was arrested, in care, and then arrested again, and we left her in jail.
Thank you for the courage to tell your personal story. Thank you.
Welcome, Governor, and thank you for the great job that you do. And congratulations on your latest Latin Latino Leadership Award. And for the mayor as well, thank you for your work with Love Inc. I'm a pastor, and I do a lot of work with the homeless here in Alamogordo. I teach Bible study at a rehab for men who just got out of prison. And I know that with God's help, and teaching people to come to the Lord, that they can change their ways and that they can be productive in this society. And so I really believe in helping people like you said, Mayor. Yes, people have to help themselves as well. And I do believe that we need programs that we can get people into to train them. But we also need jobs. Mr. Lubowski was right on that. And I've worked with I'm from El Paso, and I've worked with LULAC, I've worked with different organizations. As a matter of fact, I'm vice president of the 8105 Hotel LULAC chapter here in Alamogordo. I'm also with the Latino Leaders Network as a Latino leader. I also was former president of the Full Gospel, the International Businessmen's Full Gospel here in Alamogordo. so I've done things in the community, and I've seen, and I've also been involved with the Elijah Hadley killing. And I do believe, I'm an advocate for law enforcement. I have nephews that are in law enforcement. I have family in law enforcement. I have great respect for law enforcement officers, and I know it's a difficult job. But we also have to have checks and balances. And we have to make sure that our officers are trained, and they need the money. And thank you for the governor doing the programs that she's been pushing through to get monies to the communities, to help train police officers. Because we've had a couple of killings here, and that's understandable. I also empathize with you, Mr. Contreras, and I also have been speaking to other leaders here in the Latino community in Chihuahuita, and there have been a lot of problems with killings, murders that go unsolved. And I know it's not the chief of police's fault because he just got on, but there has been a lot of problems in the Latino community, and I've heard from some of the leaders in the Latino community, and I'm talking about people who have been here for 80 years. So it's not, you know, just anybody, and they're also involved in the community as well. We just had a big round of applause for Gabe Vasquez, who won here very handily, and with the help of all the community that believed in what he was doing. And so we do have people here who care about the community, who care about what's going on. And if there's problems as far as like the Elijah Hadley killing, because it was a killing, the poor boy was shot 21 times. And I know that on the cam it shows everything, so I don't understand what the problem is right now, and I hope that it doesn't get thrown under the rug like Mr. Contreras said. Happens a lot in this community. As a civil rights advocate, I am very much into making sure that the civil rights of our citizens are protected. And just as all the LULAC people that work hard to protect the civil rights of any citizen, whether white, black, red, brown, yellow, we're all American citizens, and we all have civil rights. But we also have a homeless problem as well. And so when we address that, and the way to address it is, and I agree with the mayor, we need to have programs to help these homeless people, allow them to be able to be trained for a job or to continue. out of my own pocket, I have this lady who is out there, and she called me. She said, I don't have any place to go, and the temperatures are down. So I have a friend, and she gives me a good rate. Rizzo's, by the way, I'm going to put a plug in for her, Anna. And it's Rizzo's restaurant. They have a motel there, so she gives me a good rate. So I bring this homeless lady and others, and she gives me a good rate, and I allow them to at least stay there for a week or whatever they need. But it's money that I have that comes from my own. I don't have, I'm an evangelistic pastor. I help other pastors here. And as a matter of fact, that's Pastor Don Hoffman, who's here, and he runs that rehab where I teach the Bible study for all the men. It's places like that help Alamogordo, that help keep men that are, instead of getting into trouble, being out there, that learn the Word of God and become productive citizens. I've seen men like that. I was in the store at Lowe's, and a gentleman came running to me, and I thought, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. And he said, no, Pastor Jerry, I want you to see my wife and my children, and I have a job, and I'm thankful for having gone to that rehab where you taught Bible study, and it changed my life. And see, that's what we need. We need to help people, but yet at the same time, we need programs to teach them. Now, that gentleman was in prison for a while, but he came out, he learned the Word. I helped him get a job, and he was able to continue. We need more jobs in this community. I ran into a city leader, and he told me, well, this is a retirement center, a retirement city. And you know, that's about it. Well, no, we got the base here. We have a lot. We have the Inn of the Mountain Gods. And thank you, too, for being here, Mrs. President, from the reservation. I appreciate your help, and I know that you do a good job for the reservation up there. And I know that the Elijah Hadley project is deep in your heart, just as it is in mine. And we discussed that, as well as with the governor. And thank you for going up there, Governor, and talking to the president of the Mescalero tribe. So I'm involved in a lot of things in the community, and I see a lot of things that we can work together and not criticize and put down one another, but allow us to have this talk so we can communicate, so we can find out what the issues are and we can resolve them. And it can be done. All we have to do is just work with people, trust in God, and allow us to have that kindness. And thank you for Love Inc., because I know you do good work with that. And I have friends that tell me about how you've helped them out over there. And so I appreciate that, Mayor. So thank you, Governor, for allowing us. I know I've sent you texts and you've texted me back, and you've also been involved in a lot of things around the state as well. And I have a lot of friends. Patricia Roybal is a good friend of mine, and she's going to help me with the Elijah Hatley case, because she's the head of the Indian Affairs Committee. And so we were trying to see where the transparency is. And I know that it's under investigation. It was June of last year, and we're already January 2025. And I know Mr. Bergman is in charge of the investigation now, but there's been some problems, and they've been slow at giving us any kind of, or the family anyway, any kind of information as to what really is going on. They said they had they lost some evidence, so it's been slowing the investigation. I would like to just have more transparency with the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department with the deaths that are going on and the investigations. And thank you. You're right. The DOJ needs to come in just like they did to Albuquerque. And see, so there are solutions. We just got to all just talk and get things done with love and with firmness. And let us just get along with each other, love one another. We're a great state, and let us help those who are being affected. And I'm so sorry for your loss. I know the Contreras family. They're a good family, and so I just want to let you know, Governor, that I appreciate your involvement in coming to these town hall meetings, and for the mayor as well, and for all of the people that are up there doing a fine job. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so, yeah, excuse me, I get skipped over a lot and I get ignored, and a lot of my concerns do not get addressed, so I get passed over. So I'm glad that was not the case this time, thank you, and for anyone else that allowed for that to happen where I'm able to speak. My name is Alice Elizabeth Cuevas, and I just jotted down a lot of different notes with the discussions, the comments that have been made, so I'm not really sure how this is going to come out, because I wasn't quite expecting to speak on these different areas that I will be. I come to meetings to get informed and then also to address anything if needed. But as mentioned a lot of times, I get passed over and I'm not allowed to speak. So the first thing I'd like to say, came to mind to say was, you know, I know that there are good police officers, but I also know that there are those which do things that are not correct. Okay? So I think I'll address that one first. So currently there's an investigation on a situation that happened to me. I was recently poisoned, without going into any details or anything like that, but a concern also. So what I'm going to be mentioning is going to apply into the different areas or topics of discussion today, with just speaking very generally, not going into specifics. So I went to the emergency room because I was completely numb in all my limbs, okay? I was not able to walk within like 24 hours. So when I went to the emergency room, a Dr. Wells there wanted to give me fentanyl. Did not ever ask me my level of pain, what my threshold of pain was, did not ask any questions, was immediately wanting to give me fentanyl. That is a concern. So if I didn't get killed by being poisoned, I would have been probably killed by fentanyl in the emergency room. So that's a concern. So then that goes also into these different investigations and things that occur that I hear here with different people and their situations which have occurred with loved ones, family members. I had a situation back in 2006. Okay. There was a cop, Prudencio, and there was also McCauley. He was a rookie cop at the time from Chicago, Illinois. Again, without going into details, it's coming to me not to say anything more. But what I will say is there was a federal investigation by the FBI with the entire Alamogordo Police Department because of what was done to me, what happened, which should not have ever happened, is what I was told. So I'm looking at my notes. So I was injured severely. I could have been paralyzed from the neck down, okay, with the injuries. Yes, I do believe, I'm going to speak on this. This. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in the power of Christ. I believe in protection of the Holy Spirit and all those wonderful things. So it's so good to hear many people speaking about faith because I have a deep faith. And I do know that that is a lot of times why I am able to walk and talk. As several doctors have said, is a miracle because I probably should not be walking and talking, and that is from those injuries and some other things that have been to me and happened in my life. And even from the recent one, being poisoned, that I'm still able to walk and talk. To go back, I heard the name McCauley, which I made mention of, and also Raymond Brown. So I'm not sure if that's the same Raymond Brown cop that was involved with the situation with me some years ago when I was working with, I want to recall if that was the one, if it was with Chins. I ended up going to court because of a whole ordeal there with that place that I was working at. And there was someone that was working at the time as, I'm trying to remember which name, there was Stephanie Hartman, but then it was found out with an investigation there was a name of Rose Haley, or either she was Rose Haley and her true name was Stephanie Hartman. So if this is the same cop that was involved in my situation, they were trying to put me in jail. Thank goodness there was video footage of being coached, the cop Brown, and I know that there were 2 police officers. One of them, I don't recall if this is the Raymond Brown that was involved in my situation, if it was another Brown, but there were 2 Browns. So as I said, they were trying to put me in jail. Thank goodness there was video footage. And this person that was going by Rose Haley, which is Stephanie Herman, her true name was found out because of the investigation, that cop was trying to coach her on what to say to get me placed in jail. These are very serious concerns. I'm one individual that has gone through a lot so far. I have been told by attorneys, which have fought my case, I've also represented myself, I've won my cases. Several people have wanted me to become an attorney because of different ways of how I am. I'm not going to go into details, so I choose not to go. But I have won my cases, and as well as having very good representation. So these are concerns that, I as an individual have gone through what I've gone through. I have a good case, I've been told, on more than one occasion by good attorneys, against the police department, several other entities of harassment and other, things because of what's been happening to me, it's happened to me over the years. So I am one individual, Alice E. Cuevas, Alice Elizabeth Cuevas. I know what's happened to me. Many people know what's happened to me. There are many which believe me, many people that know the truth of what's happened and what's going on. And it does concern me when I hear how this is happening to many other individuals. I know how it is to go through the system. I know how many times I have to keep going to the police station to get my report, to have it, what do they put, an addendum, to have it corrected because the stories are changed. Whatever it is I report to the officers, the stories get turned around. A lot of the police reports are falsely done. I could just speak on so many things with that, but like I said, I just wrote down some notes. Something that came to mind to make mention, I know that there was another situation years ago. My guy's automotive. I was also doing advertising and marketing for local businesses. And I do that at times, but not like I used to before. So I know that their daughter got killed. And I know that the last time I spoke with the owner, one of them, it was mentioned to me that they still hadn't found out who the person had killed their daughter. There's a lot involved with it too. Those are serious concerns. So it just seems like a lot of times, I hear, whether from people that I know myself or from what I talk about, their concerns of what's happened to their family members by police. There's another individual I was actually going to be a witness to because, again, Prudencio involved, was incriminating this person with stealing. The charges were dropped. So, I hear of a lot of these different situations. A lot of times they're not addressed correctly. They are just swept under the rug. We're being sent around in circles. If a person does not have the time, a lot of times, or the resources to follow through, nothing is ever done. The truth is not brought forth to the light. And there needs to be some channels or certain individuals to where a person is able to report things when there are concerns, and that there is not just one individual, but there are certain entities or certain individuals that are able to, I don't know what it could be, monitor or address these serious issues, take it into account a little bit more seriously when several people are coming forth and speaking about their concerns where there are serious concerns. A board, I don't know, if something comes to mind that can be done. I think now I'll just speak on. I know the importance of mental health, good mental health. I know the importance of a good emotional health. I know the importance of physical health, spiritual health. So I actually give breathing and relaxation, light stretching classes. My classes are, so this is maybe on a lighter note, and what could also help many people with a lot of these serious concerns that society is confronted with. And that is a large part of what I do, why I do this, what I do, is because I am standing here strong. I am standing here able-bodied. I am not committed to an insane asylum, which has been tried to be done to me also in the past. So I just know that it's so important to take care of ourselves in every area as possible, as I mentioned, mental, emotional, physical, spiritual health, holistic well-being. So I give these classes. So it was something that was divinely inspired to me to give in 2020 when we were going through the whole ordeal with mask wearing and all of that, being enclosed. So I started giving classes in 2022. I am certified. I have been giving classes in several areas here in Alamogordo, also in Las Cruces, and in Ruidoso. That is open to the public. If you'd like information, you can speak to me. You can go to the Alamogordo Recreation Center. That's one of the places I was giving classes. You can also go to, the place just, Alamo Jump on New York Avenue. So those are two of the local ones I'll mention now. And they can also probably give you information about me to reach out to me. But I do know that it is important to take care of those different areas of our well-being, our mental, emotional, physical, spiritual health. And that a lot of times also prevents from people committing crimes. If a person is not healthy, not well, if a person is depressed, sad, that is why they tend to want to be involved with bad individuals, we can say, or individuals that do bad things, be involved in crime, and those kinds of situations. You have to have good mental, emotional health in order to want to be able to do well and thrive in society, right? You want to contribute to society in a positive manner. So that's one of the reasons why I give my classes. There's so much more involved with that. So if anybody has interest in these classes, I already mentioned a couple of places. I'm sure they can give you information. I'm not sure how long I'm going to stay here and how long there's going to be other questions or comments made. But if you want to reach out to me before I leave, that's great. That's fine. I think that's it for now.
Welcome, Governor. My name is Catherine Chevalier. I met you about 1.5 years ago at Jeff Swanson's. We took a picture together. You were in the red cowboy boots, and I was in the leopard poncho. Anyway, Governor, I'm here tonight for several reasons, and I'm in agreement with Ross over here. In 2016, my son was executed with a bullet to the back of his head and where it exited out the top of the left ear. I saw my own son's body, which police, law enforcement, the sheriff's office hid from me for 5 days because they believed another family was the parents. When Detective LaSalle came to my house, he told me that my son had been shot and they believed he had committed suicide. Now, you cannot take a Ruger and put it to the back of your head if you intend to commit suicide and not lose that gun from recoil. I grew up with law enforcement family, with preachers in my family. I attended Mount Mercy University where I earned my bachelor's in psychology, criminal justice, and of course botany and biology because I had taken a lot of nursing courses. I've had several jobs. I have a fellow colleague of mine still from when I worked at the halfway house in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I was the first woman to walk through the gates of Fort Madison after a person had been murdered down there like 50 years, and I was the first woman to come across. And believe me, all the officers were out on the catwalk with the rifles. I have seen a lot. I know a lot. I do not care for the negativity in law enforcement, which is also why I got out of it. I know there is corruption. I know there are good officers. I have 2 nephews right now who are police officers in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, both of which were distinguished. My one nephew was actually the guard of the unknown soldier. My brother fought in the Persian Gulf War, the first one. And my deceased husband was Navy, and the one prior to that was Army. So I have a lot of background that way, as well as religious. I was raised in a Lutheran school, parochial school to 8th grade. Like I said, attended Mount Mercy University, that's a Catholic college. I know what good law enforcement looks like. And I know there are good officers here that maybe buckle. But just recently, I was assaulted in a Dollar General store, wearing this shawl, this outfit, all right, with a purse over my arms. A black woman entered the store because, yes, she became my neighbor about a week ago. I do not know her name. She punched me 3 times in the face, and they let her walk. Now, the procedure, or I should say the technique she used, was one of which she grabbed my arm, pulled me towards her, punched me, then pushed me away, as though I am the aggressor. I did not aggress. I did not hit this woman. Yet they wrote me up for public disturbance or disorderly conduct. I did not touch that woman. She came in. I did not see her coming. I have a chipped tooth to prove it. All I know is this. They took the video on a thumb drive, and I have never seen an officer announce out loud, "Daddy, ma'am, I've got all of the video on this thumb drive." Who does that? And then he walks over to me and tells me that I am banned from the store after the manager protected me. She is the one that freed me from the woman because I froze. When she hit me 3 times, I counted the 3 times, but I could not move. And she got her out of the store, told her that her and her children were not allowed to come back to the Dollar General. And then she shut the door and told me to stay inside, protecting me. When the officers arrived, the first ones, she was upset because they went to go talk to the woman that was standing out there. And she opened the door and said, "Oh no, you come in here first." You need to see the video of how this woman just assaulted this woman. And somehow, in between, our officer that was first on the scene, who didn't take my statement, that I had to ask for him to take pictures because she punched me in the eye, the nose, and of course the mouth, which is why I have a chipped tooth now. So do not tell me about your law enforcement here being fair, because something is not right. And I don't know if it's money, but I also had something else happen a year and a half ago, in which I was assaulted. Let me tell you something. I want no power. I want no position. But I was offered to be the chair board, and I didn't want it, because I don't really know anything about government. I only tried to help my children. I had a son who was autistic, and later on probably would have been schizophrenic as well. But that didn't make it right for him to be murdered, and for it to be covered up and marked as a suicide, or for Officer LaFell to try and bribe me with the money from the people who wanted me to take their money to pay for my son's funeral. I would not take it, because that is my son. So all the years I've been here, 24 years, I never had any problems until this last year and a half. And I was assaulted and I was re-victimized. I was even re-victimized in the courtroom. Here's another thing you need to know. They don't provide representation. I begged for it 3 times from the judge here. I called over 100 lawyers who would not come here to try a case. They denied me for one reason or another. Not all of them was because the minute they heard it was Alamogordo, they would not come. And Miss Payne there herself came into my courtroom and watched my trial. What did you think of that, Miss Payne, when you watched me? You sat right in the front row. You and 2 of your secretaries. The trial didn't go good for me because I had to represent myself, and at some point I do get upset. Well, let's put it this way. By 2 o'clock I was tired. I was wore down, and if I could have had another day, or if I could have had representation, then I would have won that case, because this area has become now the black market for video and audio forgeries. And they did that with the audio tape and the videotapes that were done in regard to that case. None of that is real. None of it. And I had 2 witnesses, and one of them was here, and she even testified that the man touched me, that the man forced me backward, that he intimidated me. Yet the judge overlooked that statement. So I am a Yankee, and I know the difference between justice and corruption. And even though you have went through I don't know how many sheriffs, because Benny Hill was not much better, and now I know there's a different police chief, and God bless you, and I hope you do the right thing. Because all I said was, when evil is like this, good men and good women will come. Governor, you're the only woman I see. Because no man that came down here or tried to help me or didn't help me, didn't ask me any questions. Now, I don't know what that's based on, other than the fact that, yes, I am very vocal. Thank you.
I don't know if DA or anyone else, I want to be careful, and so I'm going to ask folks. These are valuable testimonials about how people feel and what's occurring in the community. I know they're valuable for the local youth to do. Get a sense about how people are feeling, are worried about transparency and accountability. I typically don't opine about what's happened with an arrest or a lack of arrest or court cases. I don't know the facts, and not something governors should say yes. I mean, some of these people have to be here because they work for me and I just make them. But that's not true for people from this community. And so I'm grateful that they're here. Would you take a look at that particular restaurant or just, provide some feedback? Because that's, you want to do that? And Mr. DA knows something higher. You'll take a look. And I just don't want people to feel like that they give us these stories. And thank you for your courage. Personal stories are hard to share. And there's a lot going on here. And so I just want to make sure that we're not being disrespectful to people who are giving us their stories. And they didn't say they didn't want to do that. I'm just asking them if they might be willing to independently do that. Like the answer is yes.
Sure, again, members, I'm very sorry that you're a victim of a crime. Chief Cooney, I'm very speaking. So my staff can take care of your information. I can't be much about what happened to you or your son in Otero County, but anything associated with the Alamogordo Police Department, we can look into and see if it's been resolved or handled the correct way. It sounds like maybe your case went to court already, so...
I feel like I've been targeted, sir.
Okay, but you're more than welcome to reach out to you, and we can have some dialogue and see where that lands.
All right.
Does that sound okay?
Thank you so much.
And just a quick housekeeping, we have 2 microphones. We're both working one half of the crowd here, and we're going in order of people that we see. So I know folks have been waiting, and we're just going through the order as we see people. So please understand, appreciate people being patient.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you to the panel for coming down here to engage in this conversation. I'm Kayla Blanchard. I'm the Health Equity Specialist and Coordinator for the Otero County Community Health Council. I'm joined by my colleague, Louise Williams. She is our Health Council's community liaison, but she's also a peer navigator for a local private practice here, the Kimmy Jordan Mental Health Rehabilitation Services. So just saying that our Health Council is comprised of diverse professionals and community members who are instrumental in guiding our work. So one of our Health Council's top health priorities is mental health, including but not limited to access to care. So as you know, we are a rural community with a severe shortage of mental health professionals. It is very difficult recruiting and retaining these clinicians. We have one suggestion to address this shortage, which is allowing social workers to enter into an interstate compact, which could help our community with accessing additional clinicians. So our question for you is, are there any statewide initiatives that might assist our community in this regard? Thank you.
Yeah, so for folks who don't know about these compacts, they sort of equalize hiring, liability, cross-training, and also cross-licensing, so that we are doing a better job really recruiting and retaining professionals and bigger states and bigger schools and bigger classes and more population. So I'm a fan of those. I'm going to give you to sort of I'm going to be the devil's advocate. There are a lot of members of the legislature that I think are really going to have a robust debate about these compacts. Getting briefed all the time by my new secretary, who's well-versed in this area. We're leading on the side of, and I have supported, as you probably are aware, in my past life as the former secretary and secretary of aging, that these compacts are very useful. The liability reductions are causing many policymakers to bristle. And I have not sort of won that over, and I give that to you, not to tell you that you have to fix it, that you can't get a compact. Not to tell you that it's not unwinnable, but I want to give you a sense in the community about why we just don't do it. And so I'm working through that. I want to tell you that there's really good news about a lot of professional recruitment and retention, and then tell you what we're really struggling with. I think you already know. Part of it is getting clinical supervision for folks that are sort of new in this field, so we're working through that. We're likely to double the size of medical school. That's not for social work, but it's all related to kinds of practitioners we need at all levels. We have now the highest Medicaid rates in behavioral health by far in the country. We have no co-pays for behavioral health. Outside of Medicaid and other reimbursements, we also do direct state funding. We're encouraging communities to have regional behavioral health. We're doing these community health centers. We're doing increased training, loan forgiveness, upfront that's required, you know, this whole continuum of professionals. In policy work, I would argue we're leading the country. It is hard to recruit professionals to rural states and rural communities. That's not an excuse. I'm interested if there's something we're not doing in addition to the compact, which I really appreciate. That you know about it, that you're advocating, and that you're really looking at getting the right folks. Health councils are really great and really important, and you have a big advocate in the new secretary who's already trying to push out more of that money, because I'll pick on some of the former members of the Department of Health. They weren't getting it out to you the way that they should. Expect more and expect it faster. And so, and I didn't come to that to my conclusion. You should know she did that. She's great. My other Department of Health folks are really working on it. But we're missing something. There is a sense by far too many practitioners that this is not a friendly state to work in. And I'm trying, I think that's a lot of misperception. I'm working on that. There's been a lot of fighting between for-profit hospitals, non-for-profit hospitals, health professionals, advocates, trial lawyers, legislators. I'll throw us in there too. The executive branch. And a lot of it is not accurate. Some of it still needs some tweaking. I will tell you that it's not what you asked me, but just so the community know. If you think that homelessness and housing risks and the intersection of crime and public safety and addiction are complicated, wait till you start to unravel medical malpractice and getting professionals into rural states. And we're not alone in this effort. You know, every state is literally working to steal every practitioner. The reason that we don't just do all the services for just veterans, healthcare, is because there are enough practitioners, doctors, peer counselors, social workers, behavioral specialists in the entire country to meet the need of just veterans. They don't exist. It takes a long time to grow and train them. These sound like excuses, and they're not. We have got to do more. So you probably see us, we've got billboards, we're telling doctors and practitioners, we'll move you here, we'll do loan forgiveness, we'll send you back to school, we're doing healthcare, high schools and training, we're doing all kinds of things. It would be very helpful to me, given all of this good policy, it's not resulting in enough access, for the Health Council to maybe help us think through, and there are some ideas we've missed. Is there some implementation that we haven't done as well as we could? And that I didn't tell you what I was promising to tell you. I have no control, again, over private insurance. They can charge or do whatever they want, which is why so many people in our communities can't get fire or flood insurance anymore. And God forbid, you will never get it again in California. So one thing New Mexico's done better than any place in America is how we manage workers' comp insurance protection. By creating a quasi-state entity, upfront funding it, people paying into a premium, we're not underwater, it's working. That's not to say it's perfect, but it's a really good example. We'd like to take that idea and apply it to medical malpractice and related supports, so that I'm not held hostage by a private insurance company in New York City that refuses to insure people, support people, and then it has a chilling effect on all the other practitioners. Because if you're going to have a multidisciplinary team or regional behavioral health center, you need MDs and everybody else. We need addictionologists and everybody else. So I just want you to know I'm introducing that in this session. I feel really good about this concept. I can't promise I get it over the finish line. I'm getting some good comments about how legislators feel, some questions, but you should really help us figure it out. She's right here, and I'm here too, but we hear you. We're not satisfied either, but, and I think the basis can help us with some more of this stuff too. So I'm very interested. One last thing, there's a proposal to have another osteopathic school. Again, these are different levels. You're talking to me about a lot of the core behavioral health counseling, peer counselors, LADACs, and others. I'm clear that's different than MD. The whole system, from social work to here, is broken. And then one last thing that's going to sound puny, but it's a reminder. I think we're really hard on ourselves. I am very frustrated here. We inherited two really unfair deals as a state. The last administration, I am not going to pick on a governor who's not here, whether it's Johnson, or late Governor Richardson, or Martinez. I hope they give you the same courtesy and respect when they're here for town hall. And the next governor. The budgets were different, the challenges in the state were different, and the interpretation of one sentence in the Affordable Care Act caused this state to make decisions that literally canceled behavioral health. That's a fact. It got canceled in the state of New Mexico. That's unheard of. It didn't happen anywhere else in the country. And it did us absolutely no favors. If you don't think that had a chilling effect on providers, I had to pay out close to $200 million to settle all the civil liability lawsuits in my first 2 years, and nobody would practice here. Let me repeat that. For 2 years, nobody would practice here. And we got that resolved. And then we had COVID. I hate COVID. Actually, I still hated COVID. I hate viruses. I hate it all. And that didn't help us recruit, place people. We didn't do any of that. It just wasn't happening. That happened to all of us. You don't have to agree about all the strategies. I'm not asking you to agree with me on anything. It did happen. We're behind everybody else. We've had a 75, I think it's higher than that now, maybe a 78% increase in providers and access to services in the state of New Mexico just 1 year. But when you're in a hole that's 10 miles deep, people don't see it or feel it. And I don't want to minimize the struggles you must be dealing with in this community. I want to do more. I really encourage you all to figure out a regional behavioral health system. I want to fund it. I'm all about it. So I will help recruit practitioners. We'll do everything we can. It was too long-winded that I could hope, except that you're probably tired of hearing me talk. I'm so sorry. They don't let me have enough. I want to create a baseline because I don't want people to feel like the state is going down, or legislators aren't thinking about it, or that it's easy here on the front end. Because I think sometimes it's valuable to know why things don't feel like they are, like they should. Because I need that edification to understand why I can't just solve a problem like this, because I'm very impatient. But I really do appreciate your expertise in your work. I hope that was somehow helpful, and I hope the invitation to this community, I don't want to walk away without committing real resources and real solutions. And what you have on you deserve it, your families deserve it, the state deserves it, and we want to do more. And I hope that feels like the right set of responses, and that we do respect your expertise in the work you're engaged in every single day. Thanks.
I'm Wendy Urquidez, and I'm a retired special ed teacher, special ed administrator for 32 years. One of my concerns is we know that there's a correlation between students under special services and them ending up in the jail system. With that knowledge, however, when we look at people getting guns, we don't look back at students' history in school. If a student is under special services and they have drugs in school, or they take a weapon to school, or they've assaulted someone in school, they have to go through a manifestation to see if it's a manifestation of their disability or not. That isn't looked at when someone applies for a gun then when they turn 18 years of age. And I'm just highly concerned that we don't look at that as a state, as a nation, look back and say, okay, when someone applies for a gun, can't we look back at their school records to see if they have some type of assault history in school that has been pushed aside?
Thank you for being a special education educator. Thank you. That's another area we should talk about is not being able to get enough special education educators and not giving them a lot of support and respect for the work that they do in our schools every day. New Mexico also has the highest percentage per capita of special education students in the country. And it's a huge lift. It's triple the average. A lot of reasons for that, but it doesn't make it any less true. So it creates real challenges for us everywhere. There are a lot of protections about school records, about adolescent records, and again, I'm not looking for agreement, but I want you to know where we are. I asked for a 14-day waiting period before we could get a firearm. The legislature did pass 7 days. As is fair, it was immediately challenged in court, but we won. And what I didn't know before I was a governor, before I was dealing with these public safety issues, I had no reason to know, that it is really hard to deal with the information to go through a background check. And it's not so easy. It's not like it's red, you clearly don't qualify, green, you clearly do. There's a lot of stuff that's yellow, if you will, and it takes a long time to go through it all. And when they can't meet the waiting period requirement, you always default to green, because that would be unfair to people, or if you just defaulted to red just because you didn't have time. I get that constitutional protection. But they do need more time. It may be time for us to look at what legal parameters are for high-risk situations, particularly with the growing, I don't want to pick on anyone with a disability, that's outrageous, and people with disabilities have other protections as they should. But maybe we should look at that, and I'd like to tell you that I have enough legal expertise. I practiced law for 10 minutes. It wasn't in the criminal side, so I don't have that body, but I have a lot of experts up here that know a lot about that. I'll take a look, because I could use more of that education, but there are critical protections for kids for good reason.
And I understand that. It's just my heart aches for former students that now are in jail for murder that should have never been able to have a gun, in my opinion. And others that have been murdered that just shouldn't have been in the situation they were in, which goes back to the mental health and reciprocal.
So without prejudice to folks with disabilities, because we don't do
Yes.
that. Without violating the constitutional protections for every individual 18 to possess a firearm, I will do the necessary research to have my law enforcement experts and legal experts, of which there are many right up here, talk to me about what we ought to do or cannot do. And I'll learn about this, because I mentioned in my opening remarks, and I don't want to candy coat it, and I won't. This community, every community, this state has a growing, serious set of problems with juveniles and younger individuals who are not allowed to have handguns and firearms in many circumstances, who have them and who are never allowed to take them to school, and are committing crimes with those firearms that are incredibly dangerous and serious. And it's escalating here quicker than in any of the states around us. And we got to get our arms around it, because it's untenable. And thank you for identifying that, making an area to look at. And I have no expertise in that, but it is an area that we are working on, and several DAs and the DA Association, I believe, is likely to endorse a set of children's code changes and juvenile justice bills. I don't want to speak for this DA. He's going to have to make his own decision, but I would be surprised if the association doesn't lean in for the vast majority of those changes. And I just want this community to know there's a lot of really good experts that are working on this issue. I thank them for engaging and briefing us about what their intentions are in this session.
Just one more.
About where we are in some of the juvenile justice stuff?
Yes.
Sorry, just one more comment on that, and then I did have something on the unsheltered population also. So my comment on that was perhaps something that we could do in this state, and I didn't teach in this state. We just recently moved to this state after I retired. But just a suggestion is in those manifestation meetings, perhaps having law enforcement present, explaining again that when you are out of school, you are not sheltered from the legal system as you are in school. And again, I have, my heart's with the students with special needs. We have a child with special needs. And so I don't want anyone to think that, I have anything against special needs, because I didn't want that to come across. But with the unsheltered, I was part of the Coalition to End Homelessness in the state of Arizona in Yuma County. I was very shocked when I came here. I immediately looked at where I could volunteer and such to help with the unsheltered. And so I'm at Runner's Refuge. And Mayor, thank you very much for the backpacks and such, but poverty and homelessness don't end. They continue. People without an address cannot get a job. I feel that our community has so many different churches that are reaching out. Runner's Refuge works all on volunteer. We didn't spend $2,000 like you did on your backpack. We don't know how much money is spent because we all are donating things with our heart and with our mind and with our time, as well as several donations from the community, which we greatly appreciate. When I was in Yuma with the Coalition to End Homelessness, what we did was once a month, all the organizations that work together met with the city mayor to decide what is in the best interest for our community. And Mayor, I'm asking you if you would be willing to help organize. We have Mountain View Church open for our homeless tonight and the next 2 nights so they don't freeze in the cold. We have other organizations that are willing to donate food to the homeless and such. I'm asking you, Mayor, if you could please organize those groups to come together in the best interest for our community. Once a month, I'm asking you, Mayor, can we do that?
I'm a little confused about it. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what would that look like? I don't understand.
So what it would look like is a team from behavioral health, a team, all the different churches. We can set an agenda for an hour, once a month. What do we want to achieve? If we want to achieve decreasing the amount of homeless in front of Walmart, how are we going to work together to do that? I know that you have some ideas about the homeless that may not jive with everyone else in the communities, but it is a problem. We feed 50 to 180 people a day when we have food at the Runner's Refuge. It is a problem in this community, and it's not going to be solved by every little entity working alone. We need your help, and we need to work together. So an agenda for an hour, I'm willing to work with you to see, and I'm willing to do the phone calls and the legwork, but we need you as our representative for the city to help us.
Okay. So I believe that we already have something like that. I could be wrong.
If you're not part of it and you don't know about it, then we don't have it.
Well, okay. All right. So let me just say this again. I do help the homeless. Okay, but hold on. Let me finish. Okay. I have tried to organize things like this. I understand what you're asking, but I have to separate my political position from my personal professional position, okay? So as a mayor, I don't know that that can happen. However, as I think for me, my issue is that you're asking me this as if I'm not already doing it, and I'm well aware of what is going on. I work with Leonard's Refuge. I'm well aware of what's going on over there. I know what's going on at Mountain View Church. I pretty much know what's going on in all the churches because I do work with all the churches. Getting them together, we have things like the Ministerial Alliance and other places, so things are happening. If you're asking me as the mayor to organize that, I'm not sure that is necessarily within my purview, but as a private individual, I have no problem doing something like that. However, what I will say is any one of us can do that. And so as a private person, any one of us can do that. And so
You have power that we don't have.
no, I really don't.
Ma'am, we have asked for porta pots to be put in certain locations so that people don't have to defecate in parking lots, and you have said no.
No, whoa. I'm sorry.
As a former teacher, I will tell you, I read the room, and while this lady was talking about her assault, you were on your phone. While the gentleman was talking about his grandson, you were on your phone. It's not appropriate.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm communicating with our city manager. I apologize for that. So I was not on my phone, so to speak. I was communicating with our city manager, so I apologize for that. I don't know anything about the porta potty. I'm sorry, I don't know. Nobody has ever asked me that. So I don't know what you're talking about. But I can tell you, Governor, I can tell you that we are bound by some laws. We have an anti-donation law in the state of New Mexico. Can you please verify that we actually have an anti-donation?
You're going to be so mad at me. Don't do it, because I need you.
But
I need you. We are probably not going to agree on the interpretation of, and I can do this in that community because I'm a lawyer. If one more lawyer in public work in the state of New Mexico tells me that I can't give you back your hard-earned money to do the work in your communities, I'm going to lose my mind. And let me just ask my staff, what happens to you if you tell me that you can't do something because it's a violation of your anti-donation clause? Anyone? They don't want to tell you because it's not a pleasant meeting. However, every lawyer tells every elected leader they can. Unequivocally. And I also want to take some responsibility away from, I hope in a fair way, from the local leaders here who I greatly admire and respect, even though we don't always love them. Okay? That's true everywhere, and that's all right. I like New Mexico a lot because we can disagree. We're not so disagreeable. Around the country and around the world, it's not really angry. And I want to thank everyone tonight. We stay late. We didn't get angry. We're passionate. We're sharing personal stories that are hard. We have high expectations of every public official. Can't argue with that. I am now creating a more centralized response to people who are unhoused. Largely because every community is doing it differently. There's a lot of frustration. And what I've learned by spending time doing the work that the mayor does, doing it directly as a cabinet secretary, responding directly as a governor, visiting literally hundreds of programs, funding them here with very little outcomes. And I would also suggest this, and I'll bet it's true here too, and it's not by design, it's just it's happening to us. The likelihood that each group, each church, serves the same 50 people over and over and over again is really high. And so, to your point, that's not sustainable, that's not even making the right kind of difference. So, I am working to centralize all of it. That means the state will not provide resources unless we're clear that this intake process is happening in this way, that we're all sharing data about outcomes, how we're serving, accountability, investment, support, dignity, job training, all of it. You're not going to get money from me. You have to wait 2 years for the next one. And I'm doing it in every community. Red communities, blue communities, communities with no colors. Tribal communities, everyone. I would like to introduce you, there she is. This is Taylor, take a stand. She's a brand new hire. Right? She's central to my centralization of this work. Not alone. We want a housing office. Housing is crucial. Daniel Wehrwolf is with the microphone, straight back there. He's waving his hand. We're going to build a pretty robust team. So here's what I do. Because I'm eclipsing some of the local independents here, not in what you identify as a priority, not where you spend your money, because we're not the boss of you. All right? You're not the boss of me. We independently respect each other and do our work. But I have the lion's share of money. I also have the lion's share. I have 20,000 people working more than any community. I will invite the mayor and others to come to your meeting. Taylor will be there. I'll come to the first one. I'll get it organized. It'll have to happen during the session. So we won't have lawmakers here. We knew them where they are. Let's start that process. I respect that the mayor, you don't have to agree with my interpretation, but we want people who say I might have a conflict. That's pretty valuable in someone who's elected. So thank you for sharing that. You didn't have to do that. I will treat that conflict in the way that you described it. I'll remove it by inviting you as a provider. And we'll do this work. And then the last thing, young lady, how about if you keep your special ed license, come to work for the state of New Mexico, and let me pay you to get into the classroom, part-time, full-time, anytime, anywhere. Please, I beg you. We need you, and if you're interested.
I miss, you can ask my husband, I miss the classroom so much, but I retired because we came here for his parents.
All right, but you could be an ombudsman for special education. I'm going to find you. I'm very sorry about that. The point I was making at your expense, and I didn't mind to tease you about the time. Everyone in this community is going to have to step up in every context possible. Everyone in the state, we must be safer, we must be fairer, we must be more transparent, we must be more accountable. We have to have a lot more respect for one another. We can lead by example. I hear you. There are a lot of things the state can do better. Expect us to work harder to meet those needs. There's a lot of things that local electeds can do better, and that's statewide. It's not here, it's everywhere. And we're going to work hard. They don't have to be here. Thank you. And I'll help initiate that. And I need everything you know about running good programs down there. I'm going to really benefit from that.
Okay, but I'm going to clear the air, okay? Your comment about porta potties, I have no clue what you're talking about. And I can assure you that every email, every text I have is public information. And I'm 1,000% confident there is nothing that you will find that says that that was a request and that I said no. I'm 1,000% confident. The other thing I want to be clear about is I don't have any more power than my other 6 commissioners. I absolutely do not. It's an incredibly important point. We are a commission manager, form of government. I am one of 7 votes. So no, I do not get to decide things on my own. I get in a lot of trouble if I do that. So I want to be clear about that. Okay, I'm not trying to pass the buck. I'm simply telling you that I do not have the power like, let's say, a city like Albuquerque would, like a mayor in the city of Albuquerque would. That's not how we operate here. Finally, I'm going to make know what it's like. I do, so please don't think I don't have compassion, because that's just simply not true, and I will defend that. I've been doing this for 16 years, and I can be doing a whole lot of other things, trust me. I've sacrificed a lot, and trust me, there are people on social media right now that say, oh, she's making it all about her. No, I'm not. I'm using it as to demonstrate that I do care. And I would take issue with anybody that says that I don't. And just because I view it from a different angle, because I have a different philosophy on how to help, doesn't mean that I don't care. And so I want to make that perfectly clear. But I do believe that everybody deserves an opportunity to succeed. I absolutely believe that. My faith tells me that everybody is created with unlimited potential. They're created with intrinsic self-worth, and I truly, truly believe that. But I don't believe that the answer is to do for somebody. I believe the answer is to do with somebody. I believe the answer is to teach people that they are capable. Because the reason we have a homeless problem in a lot of cases, the reason we have these issues is because people don't believe in themselves. And let me tell you something, if you've stayed on the streets long enough, if you've been without a home long enough, if you've been without your own stuff long enough, you do start to believe that you're not capable, that you're not able. Of course you believe that. Who wouldn't believe that? But shouldn't we, as a community, instead of just letting people just sit there and we bring them sandwiches, we bring them blankets, we bring them whatever, shouldn't we be saying to them, you know what, come on, I'm going to help you. And I'm sorry, listen, we can agree to disagree, that's okay. That's okay, I still like you, you're all right, you're in special education. My daughter has a master's degree in special education. She worked with kids with behavior issues, and still does. She's done it for many years. So it's okay, we don't have to agree on everything. But just as you believe what you believe, just because I'm the mayor doesn't mean I don't have the right to believe what I believe. And so I always say, listen, I say this all the time. You get two people in a room, one person believes one thing, one person believes another. Who is right? I guess it really just depends on what you believe, right? It really does. And we can agree to disagree on this, but, maybe I'm being a little defensive, but I do take issue with suggesting that I don't want to help people. Of course I want to help people. Of course I do. My philosophy on how to help them may be different, but I absolutely want to help people. I think everybody deserves a chance to succeed.
I think we're going to go back here, but we'll circle back.
Hello, my name is Gilbert Garcia. I'm a public safety telecommunicator. I have been since 2008. I'm currently a quality assurance specialist. A little bit more background. I was a reserve deputy here for almost 10 years. I worked for a lot of great departments. I worked for APD, my current department, State Police. It's a really good department. They really do advocate for us and appreciate us as employees and public safety telecommunicators. But one thing they don't really have control of is retirement. So in 2021, there was State Bill 403 that was introduced to recognize public safety telecommunicators as first responders and fall under the police retirement. A similar bill was passed in Idaho in 2022, and recently there's been a national movement for NENA APCO 911 Association to nationally recognize public safety telecommunicators or emergency dispatchers as first responders to fall under that retirement. My question to you all is there any upcoming legislation or anything to pick up this bill and advocate for our emergency dispatchers across the state to fall under the police retirement?
Yes, and then a bit of remind me, and my guys can do that too, who is the key sponsor? I just don't remember.
Oh, I just looked it up.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
I should learn that the gentleman to my right, your left, is in real time, taking notes, making sure I can follow up, that I can meet every commitment, and that I get information, because sometimes I don't know the answer. And so it's very effective and helpful, and I don't always have all the answers. I have to look. So you might be aware we've really worked at investing in more retirement. We've done a ton in terms of pay and pay equity. We want to do more. This will make some of the local jurisdictions a little cranky, but our last big raise is about 20% of the state police, and I'd like to do another one. We've got about 126 million available. This community's asked for money. We've given it. You should ask for more. It's a little bit of money that's not being spent. That sounds like I'm adding that. It's also hard to recruit officers and to retrain them and to retain them and to get them here. I believe that the dispatch aspect is critical to the overall effort in policing. I'm going to speak about it from two perspectives, and then I'll be done quick. They weren't included in the initial retirement for a bunch of reasons, not the least of which is the sense that the stresses aren't the same. I don't agree. And that we don't want early retirement when they would call. That's also an incorrect statement about early retirement. We don't have enough dispatch workers. The state sentiment about that is we need to be as smart about lifting up everyone who's working in public safety. And so I don't remember who sponsored it. Is it? Let me look. All right. So it is David Guyers, and I'm going to reach out to him and see what I'm going to guess he's probably going to reintroduce. I will say this, I can't help it, the bragging is just going to stop. You know, our pension was underwater in 2019, and most states' public pensions are still underwater. We're likely to have to do a couple other small things, but guess what? New Mexico's public pensions are not underwater. And when they are, we pay for it. So we fixed it, did those investments. We've also right-sized the retirements and reinvested in police retirements. So I need to look at this. I will call that legislator. You should too. And let's figure out where we are. I don't really know what their strategies are. I can do a little more work in that arena. And I am concerned. We don't have enough staff where we need them. And these calls are incredibly stressful and require incredible training. And I know that your officers and team members know that and appreciate that, which is another reason we broaden sort of presumptive causation and stress-related illnesses on the job. So thank you for reminding me not to forget about that and to take a little closer look. That was very helpful. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't know the names, but thank you for letting me look it up. You're welcome. Thank you for your service.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Munoz, and I am a domestic violence survivor. What I'm here about is about the gun issue. The fact that he's a repeated offender over and over, and he's been dismissed. He's been, without prejudice. So he's been released for the same stuff over and over. And it took, I almost died 3 times with him. His weapons were supposed to be turned in within 3 days of the restraining order, signed by the Honorable Judge Schneider, who just left. But she protected me for 4 years because that's how serious the situation was. And what I realized, I went in February to do the restraining order in 2021, and then he was supposed to have returned the receipts of the weapons within 3 days. It was never taken care of. I thought they were going to do this or whatever, and he ended up leaving town, out of the state. In Arizona, he committed a crime against police officers and shot at them. And so I don't know what happened there. They sent him back, so he did it again here with me. And so my thing is, what I'm concerned about is where is the connection between an order being stipulated specifically for these guns to be turned in? And when I went, I was told that they weren't going to do it, that it wasn't their business to do that. A Department of Safety, right? And not the police station, but you know, they said that to me, and I said, well, he was supposed to have turned. I'm thinking I'm safe, yet he's running around rampant, and obviously he committed this crime there, and yet he comes here, and I'm still threatened by him. And you know, I did my best to stay okay. But what I'm asking is, why is it okay for them to, or for why it took them a year actually. I had to go back in. I looked over my paperwork. And I did my work and research on it so I could come up with facts. And so when that happened, I'm sitting going, they said, well, what do you mean they haven't taken care of this? The lady upstairs at the courthouse. And I said, they haven't. So I filled out new forms. And so we did all that, and they were surprised that they were not, he was injected on, or he wasn't even, the guns weren't even turned in. So I lived in fear for a long time, and he was even acquitted from our trial. I don't know how that happened. But it was hard, and what I'm asking is just the gun part of women, you know, who are not being protected, who are not being listened to, called liars. Lawyers, the defense lawyers always turn against us, and I was re-victimized, and it was a scary situation. I felt horrible. It was still scary to even go up there and, you know, speak your mind and speak your truth. And so it really bothered me, and I realized a lot of women that I go to group with for PTSD and so, they told me that, you know, anyway, when these women are talking about their personal stories and experiences, and it makes me feel so angry that people don't believe us. Nobody wants to report these things for a reason. We're not being taken serious, most of us. And a lot of women won't even show up to their court dates, and they get arrested. And to me, it's like, how does that happen, and why is there no more protection for us? I mean, we live in fear when this happens. And right now, thank God he's in prison, for real. And so, I live with that, and I'm trying to work with COPE to help other women through this, because it's an experience I'll never forget. You know, 3 times he tried to kill me, he didn't succeed. And thank God, because I'm here for a reason. And I'm here to speak for them. And I'm here to defend someone that could have defended me. And when the police and, you know, when this stuff happened, I'm just like, why aren't they doing their part when they're supposed to stipulate on the restraining order? It's clear as day. And I had to go battle for myself. And you know, it's just what it is. But the women, the guns, it's just, they're so, I mean, especially with repeated offenders. She's a repeated offender, obviously. And I'm just worried about, why is that happening? Why is it okay for us to have to, you know, try to survive these situations? And it's just, I want to understand the reason for that. The guns is just, it was a scary time for my life. And I just want to know that. And I'm sure I forgot a lot of things I had to say because I'm kind of nervous. But that's the main issue to me, is the accountability about, you know, the receipts, the procedures to have this stuff turned in, and the warrants not being served or something. And it's like, I had to fight a lot, and I don't mind, now I'm okay. But that's what I want to know, just the accountability between people not wanting to do their job because it's not important, or they push you aside, or, you know, deal with it when you go to court, talk to your person, or whatever. And as a victim, I felt re-victimized over and over. And I just live with that, and that's all I wanted to answer for that. But thank you for listening.
You're welcome, and thank you for sharing your personal story. I mean, these stories are really hard to state. And people really are, this might separate me from some of the, you know, gratitude, and I do have gratitude for all of our first responders. New Mexico has a terrible, let me repeat that, terrible accountability issue with all of the laws that we've passed that require protection, particularly here for domestic violence victims and others. And our Secretary of DPS would like to say a few things, but these extreme risk protection orders, judicial orders, warrants for felons with firearms and other arrests, they don't get executed. I actually funded $10 million to to do fugitive warrant. I mean, I'm spending well more than $1.5 billion to support the efforts to make sure that the issues that you're identifying are fairly and adequately addressed. 2 years ago, an independent review said New Mexico's got really good laws on the books that should, in fact, result in fewer suicides, fewer domestic violence reoccurrences, fewer felons with firearms. But in fact, and this is what the report said, most of the jurisdictions in New Mexico do not follow or execute those laws. So this is an area that I'm very upset about, very concerned about. Required in the budget that local law enforcement report to us, do ballistics. They should expect, even if they don't agree with me, they gotta fight a lot harder to require that you follow the law with real circumstances when you fail to do so at all junctions of the judicial system. So I'd like to disagree with your interpretation. I really would. But in fact, I know otherwise. And it's rampant everywhere in the state of New Mexico, and I have no explanation. Although remember, we don't have direct control, but I can start to change the requirements in state law, and I have every intention of winning that in this legislative session. But I'm very frustrated by it. Secretary?
Thank you, Madam Governor, and thank you for sharing that with us. First of all, from as a law enforcement perspective, I just want to offer, I guess, my apologies anytime that we feel like we're failing someone in our community, they feel like they're not getting the service that they need and require. That always pains us to hear. I don't want anyone to ever be afraid of being reoffended, and so first I just wanted to acknowledge that. I think what we found when the extreme risk protection order was written into law for law enforcement, it was difficult to follow and it was difficult to execute. I think it was well intended, the law in itself, but it was difficult to go through the steps in order to get to a place where a person had to voluntarily turn in their firearms. And a lot of times when we deal with domestic violence victims, it was almost easier to file a restraining order against a person to keep the person away from the victim than it was to go through an extreme risk protection order petition. And so we recognize that within the constraints and the way that the law was written, that we needed to train law enforcement. That's part of our responsibility at the Department of Public Safety. And so when we looked at the law, we had a task force that was formed in order to assess where the pitfalls were and why we had difficulty with the enforcement side of this. And so that annual report you can find on our PBS website and identify the limitations in the law were and the improvements that are needed. But working within the framework that we currently have, obviously we can't fail in that space. And so what we decided to do with the Domestic Law Enforcement Academy is to not only train and DPS not only train our state police officers, which are our divisions and our review, but also then to extend that training across the state of New Mexico to all law enforcement. And so we've been successful in offering all that training and having a tremendous amount of interest also from the municipal agencies and sheriff's departments in order to learn about the law and how to implement it and how to actually use it as a tool for law enforcement. And we've seen some positive success in that. I won't mention specific communities' name. There was one community in particular in North that had been criticized for not using the Airboat law or petition in one particular case, and after some of the training, they now have implemented it and have seen some success in that regard. And so that's part of our responsibility as well, is to take the laws as they're structured and to make sure that we're training law enforcement. We're trying to do our best, and we're going to continue that training here in 2025. And that's not the only, we talked a little bit in this town hall about accountability for law enforcement as a whole. We are working very hard overall to increase the professionalism of law enforcement and to make sure that we have law enforcement officers properly trained. Came to the administration in 2021, and one of the first things the governor asked me is some of the ideas and what can we do to raise the professionalism of law enforcement. If you go back to that time frame, 2021, 2020, I think everybody will remember the national mood against law enforcement as a whole and what the perception was of law enforcement. So we've been working very hard at DPS to raise the professionalism of law enforcement. We've been offering free to the entire state of New Mexico training that raises that, not only the awareness, but their training and their professionalism so we've offered de-escalation training. We've offered training on intervention. We've offered training for free. Let me come back on what I say for free. It's free to them. It's not free to the state. It's costing somebody some money, but the governors are gracious enough to fund DPS, for that initiative. And so, crisis intervention training for the state police, as an example, we have the basic requisite level of training, and we have an advanced level, and we've trained the entire domestic state police at the advanced level of crisis intervention training, as an example, beyond the minimum requisite training. Ethics in policing, domestic state police has also participated in Georgetown's active bystander, the law enforcement program, and Navy training. So we're working very hard to make sure that all this training is rolled out. And so specific to your point, ERPO is no different. We recognize that a law on the books is just that, and unless a law enforcement officer out there in the field working, dealing with a call for service fresh out of the academy knows how to implement it. If they don't know how to implement it, we haven't done our job. And so we work very hard to try to get that message out. We try to do an analysis of where we're failing, where we can do better, and to improve ourselves. So thank you for raising it.
And I'd also let you know that it's likely that strengthening that law did not pass the legislature last year. I support that. Supported it on the front end to get it passed in the first place. I will support it again, but it's tough to get through the Judiciary Committee, so I would advocate that for members of the community that want that done, let your legislator know if you don't agree. You have the same right as everyone else to let that be known to your policymaker. Just so you know where I am, I support that, and I might be a little tougher than my secretary about accountability, where the law says you will and you don't, because people aren't safe. And so thank you for your courage, but he's doing a really good job, I'd say, on the training and the reintroduction of what the standards ought to be. And no disrespect to anyone, but sort of the professionalism that all of us need to share, and we're doing that now as a state, including local law enforcement, to get the right training and certification. No one's fighting about that. Everyone's been on the same page, including tribal police. So thank you. And I think the community just deserves to know this is an area where we've been better at working together than not. But ERPO needs some work, and the enforcement here needs some accountability.
Good evening. I can't speak now. I've been waiting so long and so many things have gone over in my head. But anyway, I thank you, Governor, for being here this evening. I moved to New Mexico the end of August. I started my journey back to New Mexico. I went to school here 50 years ago. I was a young bride of an Air Force soldier, and I walked up to the campus, and they let me in. And I got my education. I got my first AA in police science on this campus. So I love Alamogordo, but I ended up 40 minutes outside Silver City. And in that, my dream came true. I wanted a healing center in which I could bring in formerly incarcerated women and give them healing, not the healing that happens at halfway houses and all that, but a different healing. I'm a shaman, and I want to have shaman healing. I have created a plan, a 3-month plan, of which we can take incarcerated women, bring them to the retreat, to the center, to the healing center. And it's based off the Hawaiian model, the refuge city, in which they brought them in. People had broken the moral code and provided them the healing that they needed, and they started with their bodies. And I'm in the Memphis Valley, where we have farmers who can provide us food, healthy food to heal their bodies. Prison food is not healthy. There's meat that goes in there that's stamped not for human consumption. They take them off the trucks. That's the food that's being given to people in prisons here in New Mexico. I've been on my healing center for 3-4 months now. It's up and ready to run, but another miracle happened in my life. And that's another center that's right across the way from me. We're isolated, it'll be on 45 acres. The cabins are built. The residents are built. They've been vacant for 4 years. And I'm asking you, Governor, with your heart, and you're listening, and I know you, and the work that you do, I know you can bring restorative justice to New Mexico. You could be the leader, because I know what this desert does for healing. I have healed so much about what I have gone through to get me here, being on the desert, being with the people who still hold values and principles that are unimaginable to me. I lived in Washington State all of my life, but I came here because I believe New Mexico will bring us back to where we are as a country through restorative justice. We have made a system that is oppressive. We have created a society that is oppressive. For a country that touts freedom, we incarcerate more people than any other place in the world. How is that freedom?
This may make you feel a tad better. That fact is accurate, totally true. For the wealthiest country in the world, with any number of preventions and systems and efforts, we have the highest bad literacy rate, less than 70% of Americans are literate. We have a terrible justice set of circumstances. We over-incarcerate. You should know in New Mexico, incarcerations are way down. Frankly, there's fewer people than a decade ago in jail. Now, I worry about that stat a little, given I'm not sure we're doing enough on the really serious criminal side and enough to prevent crime on the other side. And I thought you should know that, because that's an important thing that New Mexico values, and I don't think people readily believe, but in fact it's true. And so but your fact about the national issue and that we're not where we ought to be for restorative justice, I agree. I just wanted to let the audience know that's a fact.
Well, Governor, I have a gift for you.
Okay.
The gift is a plan of how just a little piece of Trinity of Liberation's contribution to restorative justice. And I want you to fully consider it.
Alicia,
young lady, it's a
you're a young lady.
You called me a young lady.
Younger than I am, so we'll just start there. I'm going to have my secretary, who is used to, didn't do that, but often gets criticized. Being the Secretary of Corrections is not for the faint of heart. But we don't serve anything that's not for human consumption. So if we've done that somewhere, she should know about it, but she'll be very mad about that if she isn't. I will. 2, the food in corrections is not what I expect. She knows that. I will tell you it's likely better than it is in most of your public schools. I don't like that at all. And I'm trying to fix that at the same time. But she would gladly hear your suggestions, what you need, and your constructive criticism about what we haven't done well. That's her job. It's my job. She's going to come right over there, and I'm grateful that you have a plan for us to look at. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Governor, because that's one of the things I wanted, was your Secretary of Corrections to take a look at this.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Secretary.
First of all, I'm going to recognize the guys who have been allowing us to speak to our governor all night, so thank you guys for holding the mics for us.
Governor Lujan Grisham, I'm glad to see you here in my hometown. It's important to me because I liked what you said about how you feel like you grew up in Alamogordo, because I did grow up in Alamogordo. And I think it's great anytime someone feels like this is their hometown. That's a good thing, because I expect you to treat it like it's my hometown. Now, I'll save my name for the end because I'm less important than what I'm about to talk about. All right, so I said my hometown earlier, because it is my hometown. It's also your town. But there's a piece of this town that is solely and only yours. That is your home and your property. That belongs to no one else but you. That said, I'm going to go ahead and say we need a stand your ground law in New Mexico. The current statute, 30-2-7, requires us to retreat inside of our homes in the event of a trespasser. If we feel unsafe, someone's trespassing on our property, we are required to retreat inside our home. We must feel like we are in danger of being bodily harmed or in danger of death. And I don't think it should have to come to that ever. We should be able to physically remove somebody from our property when they are refusing to do so. We should be able to remove a person who is threatening to us. We shouldn't have to feel to the point where I feel like I'm going to die or I'm going to be hurt. If I can physically remove someone from my property without fear of reprisal from some statute that says I can't do that, I should be able to do that. If I can remove somebody before it gets to the point where either of us feel like we're in danger, then it's done. We don't have to go that far. If I can remove somebody, we're done. Now, the next piece of this is that I want you to hear me. I'm not talking about guns. I'm not saying that we should be able to shoot anybody who comes onto our property on that first footstep. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if a guy I have told to leave is not leaving, he's going to be in my hands until he's over that line, the property line. We should be allowed to do that without calling the police, without relying on a sheriff's office that will only refer this to the DA's office, who, I'm sorry, are not as aggressive as we have just been told, especially the ADAs. They refuse to prosecute instances of where this has happened, or they'll outright deny it. So that said, I'm not talking about guns. We need to be able to remove people ourselves. This is an issue that we all should be allowed to defend our properties, not have to retreat inside our homes. Some of us might not be able to make it inside of our homes before something bad happens. Now, if there's a way that we can agree that this is a good law for New Mexico, then we should take it. I want you to understand, I don't see this as an aggressive stance. With nearly 2 decades in the Army, I fully understand escalation of force. Not everybody might, but it's pretty common sense if you think about it. Even as a special operations soldier, I couldn't just go around shooting whoever I wanted, though they may deserve it. But that is not what you're allowed to do. You see a situation for what it is, reasonably, and you escalate the situation as you need to. We must be allowed to do that, especially in our own home, in our front yard. My name is Corey Schmidt. Thank you for your time.
Corey, thank you for staying so late. You have a lovely hometown. I spent my life at the old Holiday Inn. I didn't have a house here. I was here, like I said, every weekend. So not the same as your experience. I split my time between Santa Fe and here, but it's beautiful. And I was around for building the Space Museum and so many other important things. And I love the way you describe your hometown and your love and appreciation for your community. I don't know that you and I would agree about that law, but it doesn't matter. Don't eat me. except at the end if it passes. I will do more homework. That's what I've agreed to do for everyone here. Everybody's opinion is relevant and important enough for me to take a look. I will tell you this, and I think it would be a really heavy lift in the context of the current lawmakers for a variety of reasons. Not picking on them and telling you that they're wrong or right. But I don't know that we would have much luck. But I want you to know that because you're very right to advocate those positions. You can sponsor. This is the legislative session where all the action occur, and I have said to this legislature, both parties, that my expectation is that they single out a body of laws and efforts that they are going to debate and deliver to me that improve public safety in statewide in a number of areas. So this is the right session, right town hall to raise it. It's the first time it's been raised to me, I think, anywhere in the state. So otherwise I might have a more in-depth response. So let me take a look and thank you. And I don't know why it hasn't been raised, because I've got lots of folks that have very independent views about what would work better or not. And thank you. It's the first time it's been raised, and I think since I've been going. I believe that is active. No one's ever talked to me about it.
Man, you miss every shot you don't take, and I think it's worthwhile with it.
Right, well, again, I introduce a ton of stuff, never even get to hear it. Now that sounds like I'm bad, I'm not, or complaining I'm not. I want a lot, and I respect the legislature, and I've got a lot of good, solid relationships. Frankly, if I'm getting everything I want, I'm not asking for enough, or I'm not dealing with the hard issues, and neither are they. They should be debating a number of things. I just say that to you not to discourage you or me from doing my homework. Not sure how I feel about it.
I'm not discouraged.
Yeah, good. It didn't sound like you were, but I want to make sure I reiterate that to the broader community. I don't want them to feel like I'm discouraging people from doing what you have every right to do. Thank you for being here tonight. It's nice to meet you.
Good evening. I have a lot of respect for you, Governor, and the rest of your board, and all the public officials. My name is Pastor Don Hoffman. I have Otero Welcome Home Men's Recovery. I've had it for 17 years. I don't advertise it. I just let God do the works. I did have it approved by the state of New Mexico probation and parole, but then men call me that are getting out of prison or been in intermediary 6 months, and they call me and they say, well, your program's not on the list. And I'm like, well, but then when I spoke to Lita Gonzalez, who approved it, she said, well, just have them call me. And I said, well, why can't we be on the list after 17 years? And we have a great high rate of non-recidivist. And then plus, with the men, we do volunteer work. We went up to Ruidoso. We cut the burnt trees down. We hauled them down. We cut them up. I had the guys working. We have about 14 cords of firewood. And we sell it cheap, and I give it away to the people that don't have money. We have 1/3 of an acre. We have a hydroponics growing system. So it teaches the men. And I retired this year, general contractor actually last year, for 37 years. And built a lot of nursing homes, care facilities. So I need help getting that list out so that I can be of assistance to those men that
I'm going to interrupt you. We're going to take care of that right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And one last thing.
Yes, sir. I didn't mean to tell you you couldn't do anything else, Justin.
Okay.
When I have the power to fix it, why wouldn't I? So let's just get that fixed.
Chief of Police, I need your help because when we have men that come there, sometimes the Sheriff's Department sends them, could you house them? Or there's somebody that's out on the streets and I have an extra bed, will come on in. But if they're drinking and they're disorderly, and then when I call 911, and they show up. They say, oh, Pastor, we can't do anything. You have to file a 3-day notice before we can get them off your property. Or if they're fighting, or they're punching holes in the railing of the church. But I need your help on that. Because when I talked to Pastor Torres this afternoon, he says, oh, that never happens at Mountain View. And I said, well, maybe I'll just bring it up and let's get this resolved. Can we do that?
Sure, I think we can have some further dialogue. I don't have enough facts to make a proper determination, but case by case, or we can sit down and talk about the facts and see if our officers are doing the right thing or if they need more training in that area.
So I'm meeting with LULAC tomorrow, and they need places for people, the homeless, to come to. And I said I'd be willing to give them a place, feed them, but I just have a problem. Once they're in the building, then they're my asset, and if they're being destructive, I need your help.
Sure. I understand your concern and your frustration that if they're damaging or committing crimes within your facility, that if you call us, you expect us to help. So,
but if I can't have your support, then I can't take them in the story. Thank you very much. I respect it. I've got to go back to my facility right now, make sure everything's safe. But I have much respect. And you're all doing a great job. And also, there's many houses, as I was the first in Las Cruces, known Anna, for the section cut program. I started it by proving that it can be done. We have a lot of facilities around here that can be retrofitted. It's cheaper to retrofit than it is to build new. Have a blessed day. God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Can I give you a card?
Good evening, Governor Grisham and Mayor Payne. The probate judge of Otero County here, and so I see a lot, and I get a lot of calls, and I deal with various types of death and all that. And so what's happening now is that I do see a lot more younger. I've always been involved with the juveniles and that, but they're even younger than that. And that's where my heart cry is out, that if we're able to reach them even the more, that it will stop and it will make our community, our nations even greater because of leaders. So I switched from that hat to I'm an elder at our church, the Joy Center. And so I was grafted in here into Alamogordo in 71. And so I did graduate from Alamogordo High School in 73. And so even as I go up there and I see the various things, and some of us women have even gone on some of the Wednesday mornings and pray, just interceding for our kids and for all the schools, really. But the one thing that I wanted to bring out was we probably are the ones, Mayor Payne, sending you all those calls that you're getting, because they do call my office where they're crying out. Some we don't even do probates on those young ones. And it's like, yeah, how are they getting the guns? And it's the parents. And then with all of the dispensaries on every corner of in our community, we have a lot of them. And so that's involved. There's so many entities involved in order for us to fix this whole solution, as you've been saying earlier. It takes all of us, and everyone that's up there, it's all working for our good. Even with the parts that slipping through, there's parts that where I slipped through, but we're able to come back and we're able to come to these town hall events to blurt out, to hear, to listen. That's one thing in the probate, I have to listen so that I can know how can I better help and point you to the right entity or the right place to get what you're needing, so that our Otero County community is good. So what my key thing is, I've been hearing that there's supposed to be prayer coming back into the schools, whatever. I want you to know I'm here. If that opens the door, because prayer was important in '73 when I was in the high school. And I know that there's a lot of '73 classmates of mine in this community that are in good positions and doing good and great models. And so I just want to know if there's anything out there that is true about the prayer coming back into the schools. I want to help ours here. I want to help our young people.
I can direct you about that, and again, you'll get for me exactly where I am, because that's my job. I have concerns about that. The president-elect, I think, has said publicly that he's working on supporting more of that effort using federal funds and potentially making it a requirement. I don't know that he will win on that or not. I won't get to decide that or not. I might lobby with those members of Congress and our own delegation. You and I may not be on the same page. But I think that's where you're seeing that there might be some movement in an area that you agree with. You have every right. And I don't know exactly when we'll see more of that or not. I am expecting that we will get less federal money for education. I am expecting that we will get far less money for special education. I'm worried about that. The financial hit to New Mexico would be well over $1 billion. And I want more evidence-based teaching in the schools. I'm already having trouble making them do the science of reading and science of math and a number of things. But that's where there is a national movement, and there's a president-elect that I think is really on that same page. We have an obligation to help every Mexican get access to the information that they desire and a productive process to weigh in. Also, talking to your congressional delegation, because they'll be asked to vote on many of those things, and I would be happy and honored to make sure you're connected in every meaningful way possible. That is my job, and I would do that unabashed, even if I may not agree with that sentiment. You should expect me to do right by your constituents. The state's not doing that. I'm not requiring that. I'm not likely to sign anything that would require that. I just want you to know that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and you have every right to disagree with me.
Right.
Does everybody feel like they can disagree with me? I don't get mad. Good, because I'm not doing a very good job if I do that. And that I would always connect you to people who support your ideas and your ideals. There are people who do. And you should have every unfettered effort to do the things that you care about that are not hateful, and that's not, or angry, or illegal, or racist, or any of that. And so always expect that from your circle.
It's just wherever
we see that as part of our productive job.
Yes.
But I am seeing there is a federal effort at that level. You are correct.
Oh, great. So I just want to just emphasize again that, death is no respecter of no one, no race, no how much poor you are, how rich you are, whatever. And that, like what you're saying earlier, violence is increasing everywhere. And people love to point to say this person or department didn't do it or whatever. But if we don't come together on all of this and see eye to eye, it's going to overtake all of us. And so I just thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you very much for being here and for your patience.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dana Jones. I'm the district defender in the 12th Judicial District, which means I'm head of the public defender department in Alamogordo and Ruidoso. So similar to Jeanette when she very first started, I wear two hats here. One is obviously as the head public defender. The other one is as a mom and community member. So thank you everybody for being here. I'm really happy to see our neighbors here. It means a lot to me because I look at public safety respectfully, a little different, Governor, I'm sure as you understand. But that being said, I really appreciate the way that you're digesting the feedback respectfully and not defensively of perspectives that may not be the same as yours. And I wanted to share, it's been bothering me for about 4 hours now as I've been sitting here, and it's just on my heart to address it. Some of the very original comments that were made when this started about competency, which hasn't really come up, so maybe it's not as much of a passion for the community as it is for me, but those are a lot of my clients, right? Those are people I work with, they're people I care about their families. A lot of people in this room, everybody hates a defense attorney until you need one, right? Until somebody that you love needs one. And then it's, well, my family member is different because of X, Y, Z. And I believe it's not my job to judge people. We have really good judges in this district. We have an excellent district attorney, and we should have an excellent public defender. And then the system plays through, whatever happens, if all works right, is what was meant to be. That's the way it should work, hypothetically. I worry that a lot of our laws and a lot of the policies in New Mexico are centered around Albuquerque, respectfully. And we're in a rural area that has a very different population, different needs, and different resources. I will tell you, I see every single case that gets filed in this district. I either assign an attorney, like the fine man next to me hears the case, or I assign it to a conflict counsel. I know everything that happens here on a very surface level. It is not true, it is factually inaccurate that people have 30 or 40 violent felonies and they're getting their cases dismissed. That does not happen. You don't have to take my word for it. You can get the information from the court. I don't here.
Yeah,
yes.
But I will tell
I
you
cannot
it's
speak to
growing.
Albuquerque by any means.
It's not just Albuquerque. Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Las Cruces, Taos, Espanola, Las Vegas, Raton. And so I do agree with you. Everything that you're talking about. So after you just said I don't do that, and I didn't. I do worry that in some jurisdictions, they just don't seem to be able to see those nuances and to use the discretion in a way that's meaningful, or to think about ways to successfully partner between the DA and the PD. And I take a closer look at them and be quiet about why it's a successful interpretation here and not, and it's growing in so many other communities. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Governor. I'm sorry, I have that effect on people, so I can totally understand. But it's just important that my community understands the reality of here. I cannot speak to Albuquerque. I don't know anything about Albuquerque. I've only practiced in a rural area. My job before here was on the Mescalero Apache Reservation. I was the first public defender on the Mescalero Apache Reservation. I started the public defender department. All I know is rural work, right? But here, that is not happening. And dangerous people who have competency raised on them, if they're found incompetent, I just want you guys to know what happens. It's a forensic evaluator who actually determines that they're competent. It's not the district attorney or the public defender. They have an evaluation. That gets brought to the court. We can challenge it. We can get another forensic evaluator, either side, if we think they got it wrong. But the court isn't just making these decisions based off of emotion. It's based off of professional psychologist's opinion. Then after that, if they are not dangerous, their case could be dismissed. If they are dangerous, which dangerous under the law has a definition, it's not just emotion. It's somebody that is a serious threat of inflicting great bodily harm on another person. That's what that means. There is not one murder case, not one, I promise you, look it up, do not take my word for it, in Alamogordo in the last 7 years where someone has been charged with murder and had a case dismissed. It's important because I don't want you guys to have false information. What we do with this is different, right? I will always defend people accused of crimes. That's what I do. And the DA will always prosecute them. That's what they do. But we have to have accurate information to know what's happening in our communities. I just want you to know that that's the truth. Murderers are not getting their cases dismissed off of competency in Alamogordo. Maybe they are in Albuquerque, I don't know. It's not happening here. And I just think it's really important that everyone have that information. We have a competency diversion program that we just started here a couple months ago, and I'm really excited about it. What it is, and I'm so sorry you're holding this for me, but it's people who have misdemeanors that would normally be dismissed. They actually, and they have to agree, so we can't force them into it because they still have constitutional rights, and those matter. But these people can go into this program, and one of the women that was sitting in front of me, but she left, she's actually a provider in the program, And they have these 2 forensic navigators that will walk them through 6 months of their case, which would have been dismissed previously. They make sure they take their meds, they see if they need a social security card, if they need a driver's license. They help them get stable, which is what people in our community need. We do not have resources here. We need help. We're all connected, and we can all sit up here and demonize each other and point fingers at each other, or we can help each other and realize that like my success is linked to hers, to yours, to his, to everybody around us. We are intricately connected. And just saying you did this awful thing and I'm going to throw you away is not how we grow healthier. I understand there are very rare cases that might need to happen, but it's rare. It is not the majority of what happens in our communities. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor, and everybody else up there. I know you guys hear me all the time, so thank you.
Being a PD is really hard. Being a DA is really hard. Problem is, you know, I can't regionalize these concepts. When I have 40 felonies that are in those categories, from murder to sexual assault, in many jurisdictions, every single year since 2016, something's wrong here. And every other state has addressed it, except us. So whatever you're doing right here, thank you. Because it means that your team here is keeping this community safer. That's exactly what it means. And for that, everyone is grateful. Me too. Right? It's not regional or local. They have to have judges, DAs, and PDs, mayors, and commissioners, all jurisdictions doing this in a productive, fair manner. And we're not. And I am really worried about the lack of the ability to get people who can't say yes to treatment. Can't overdo it, right? It has to be nuanced and right sized. And absolutely, I need experts like you on the other side who do your constitutional job. Thank you. Because you don't get rich doing that. It's hard. Help us make sure that those balances are debated and addressed significantly. But it's not lost on me as I've been an advocate my whole life, and on sort of that side of the equation my whole life. And it's not working here, and we are literally the last state in America to say, you gotta do something about these issues. And you need more clarity for jurisdictions that can't figure out how you are doing that productively with the experts that do the competency analysis. And I don't know why it's not working anywhere. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but most of the other judicial districts, I don't know, in some places like Santa Fe County, they don't prosecute single misdemeanor, which means there are hundreds by the same person misdemeanors, and they're theft, and shops are closing, owners are getting mad, and then what happens when someone gets really mad, they take justice in their own hands. People get hurt. So it is really a growing issue. I could use your help in making sure I understand what works here productively, so I make sure that that gets debated by us too and accepted as fact. And I really appreciate that you handled it that way. And I should have been maybe clearer and looked at some of the Alamogordo data. That's a very good heads up for me. I'm doing some more of these town halls, so I can do that better. But the data that I gave you is true. I'd love for you to see it statewide, because maybe I'm missing something in that review. But I have to tell you, the Administrative Office of the Courts handed to me 2 million lines of code. So they don't look at this. I'll tell you what that means. They don't look at it. They don't use it. We don't share the same data sets in a meaningful way. We can't tell what's working in one community, what's at risk as another. And crime is escalating statewide in ways that it shouldn't when crime is coming down everywhere else. And I'm really trying to get my arms around it so that we're fair, constitutionally sound, productive, innovative, doing interventions on the front end, but creating real accountability. And someone said, we got a problem with all the cannabis. And, I'm responsible. I advocated for it, I ran on it, legalizing cannabis. And, good leaders, I hope I do more of that, not less of that, demonstrate role model good leadership. I'm imperfect because I'm human. We're doing course correction on cannabis. I don't think it has enough enforcement opportunities. It has not diminished the black market at all. And I've got growing concerns about cannabis getting in the hands of individuals who are clearly not supposed to have it. And it was never intended to be the only rural economic driver in New Mexico. So for folks here who are concerned about that, I am too, and we're introducing legislation to course correct our efforts. You may not agree, you may agree, I just get that to be broad about how people's opinions are, but you should know I'm introducing legislation to course correct cannabis in the state of New Mexico.
Hello, thank you. My name is Matt Criselius. I'm a retired law enforcement and a veteran. I want to bring up two things. One that came up earlier in the discussion, but my original question is, the City Council last year passed an ordinance to, and I disagree with this personally, to criminalize homelessness in our community. The way they're doing that is providing citations for people panhandling, or even individuals, Good Samaritans that are slowing down or stopping to provide money or handout to those individuals. What was brought up in the meeting, and this is all public record, somebody brought up, I think it was one of the commissioners, what about the fire department that goes out and does periodic fundraisers, the boot thing at the stoplights and all that. The city commissioners and the mayor said, well, we'll overlook that. Whereas the law, the ordinance says anybody that impedes the flow of traffic will be cited. That was bad enough. I think there should be a waiver for that. I think we should be able to do fundraising as long as it's safe and safe for the firefighters or whoever's doing it and approved by the city, and obviously not causing a nuisance. But they went one step further and said flat out that they will not enforce it against the Good Samaritans. They will only be enforcing it again, even though that's not in the word of the ordinance, that they'll only be enforcing it against the homeless individuals of the disadvantaged. That reeks of targeting certain individuals instead of doing it across the board. So my question is, what can we do as citizens if we go to meetings and we ask these questions and we try to fix it in the ballot box? What can we do to go to state agencies or other agencies to ensure that the laws and ordinances at the local level are being enforced equitably at least and follow the letter of the law?
Go ahead.
Well, I'll wait if you want, or I've got another thing on the weapons and red flag laws as well. Something, a personal experience that I think is a logistical problem to why that's probably not being enforced.
Oh, that would be helpful, so I'll make sure that, thank you. I mean, we want to know why it's not working, if there's something that we've missed. I have very specific opinions about panhandling, and there are now more Supreme Court decisions that allow more aggressive behaviors that you may not agree with by local entities, and I've been supportive of those. The reason I say that is I want you to know where I am, because I don't want you to be disappointed or feel like I wasn't transparent. Part of that is we have the highest pedestrian death record per capita in the country. I have growing suspicions, I want to be really clear, suspicions. I'm working on creating a better body of evidence here. And a lot of panhandling, which is free speech, is organized in a way that is not very productive, safe, and is increasing criminal activity in a number of places around the country and in New Mexico. I can't speak to things here. I haven't talked to very many people who are unhoused or who are panhandling. Just because you panhandle doesn't mean you're unhoused, and vice versa. I've spoken to many. I stop. I get out of my car. I offer help. I want to know what I could do. I thought about things like other states have and cities. It's not very widespread. I'm not even sure if it's been challenged. I'm kind of looking at the PD. It might have been challenged in court somewhere, and I haven't looked at successfully. But given the free speech aspects, there are some cities that say, look, to panhandle, you can regulate where and how. You have to get a license to do that like any business, but they're free. And you police are doing 24 hours a day. There is something that's sort of off about some of it, not all of it. It leads to prejudices and reactions that are not good. Inertia where we've got a problem also isn't productive. But I just wanted you to know I actually proposed some restrictions too narrow, which is constitutionally upheld or median. We're looking at that. I did not win the legislature, so if that's something you really don't like, you've got lots. And I don't mean it to sound bad. This is the way democracy works. That's the way good policy making works. It's a heavy lift for me in the legislature. I don't know that I'll win it. Your question was, what do you do about local governments who are imposing these, and if they don't impose it correctly? We can certainly, as you know, bring an action. We can certainly ask state entities to look at it. We could ask for guidance from the municipal league about whether these parameters are being met by jurisdictions that are doing that. So there's a variety of things that we could do, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. There's an absolute allegation of, inequity about how it's being utilized or not, and I should not speak for the local leaders because that's completely inappropriate. But I'm trying to get my arms around a lot of this in areas where it's been really tough. But I want this group to know it is free speech, and we're trying to figure it out. And I think that everyone should have to, irrespective of being housed, unhoused, panhandling as your main business or ancillary effort, that how you treat anyone who's doing that probably ought to be the same for everyone. So if you were a law enforcement officer and we have a rule that says you can't be on a narrow, a median, that would apply to everyone. And that would be my interpretation of how you have to do these laws. I haven't read this ordinance. I've been asked to look at it. I admitted to you, and you, I practiced law for 10 minutes. I'm not even sure how good that was. Although I had one case, I won it. So my record's better than Henry Mason. But you don't want to hire me as your lawyer. It would be a huge mistake, because I am not qualified anymore and didn't really practice. So I haven't done any of that work, and I just wanted you to know that, about who's doing what, where, and what my role is in some of that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Governor. The other thing was brought up in discussion was the red flag laws in the states in regards to restraining orders and whatnot. I was subject to a restraining order, went through a nasty divorce. There were some false allegations made, so I had to comply with the restraining order. As a retired law enforcement, while I was in law enforcement, given the agencies I worked in, we did a lot of removing weapons under those laws and agencies I worked for. Due to domestic violence issues, mental health issues, long before a lot of these red flag laws came up in state laws. So I'm a big proponent of them because I saw it work. I saw a lot of dangerous and violent situations that were stopped by giving the person a chance to get mental health help, calm the situation down, whatever the situation needed to be, by removing that tool at a time that could be used to cause great harm or death to somebody else. So when the officers came to my house to give me the initial paperwork, I definitely wanted to comply. I had no intentions of harming anybody anyways. So I asked the officers, it was actually Alamogordo PD and Otero County Sheriff, because those are the jurisdictions I was residing in. I asked them, okay, what do I need to do? Do I give them to you? Do I sign a receipt? Can you hold them for me? Is there a place? And they flat out said, we have to enforce it, but we have no way. We don't have physical space to hold weapons in that case or anything else. And I said, well, that's odd because I voluntarily want to comply with the law. But, so I think that piece is a logistical funding issue that maybe the state could find a way to find funds for the individual law enforcement agencies or something to provide storage space to help them comply and help them enforce that. It wasn't that the officers didn't want to enforce it. It wasn't that I didn't want to comply with it. It's just that there was no way. I went to various gun stores in the area, and I didn't have a lot of friends at the time in the local area, or people I would trust holding my weapons or firearms. It was cost prohibitive to have people with FFLs store my weapons. I even tried to reach out to the Air Force, but I'm retired. I don't reside on the installation. The Air Force has a program where you can lock your stuff up in the security forces armory. But that wasn't available because I don't reside on base. I ended up working something out where I contacted with my my attorney and found a way to comply with the letter of the law and do everything, but at my own expense. I'm lucky enough to have the money to do that, and obviously voluntarily complied with it at the time. But unfortunately, a lot of people in our community don't have that ability. And so they're left with the option of selling it, hopefully to somebody with an FFL that's going to do background checks and make sure that weapon doesn't go into the wrong hands. Selling it on the illicit market or under the table, where there's a huge potential for that weapon to end up in the wrong hands. Or just hold on to it and violate the law, even if they're don't have the intention of causing harm or using it to harm somebody, they just don't have any way to get rid of it. So if we have a way to provide funding or something to allow these police departments to securely store the weapon where the individual doesn't have to worry about it being lost or stolen and it be out of their hands so they're in complete compliance with the law. But I think that's a logistical problem that the individual departments may not be able to fund on their own.
I haven't gotten very many of those requests from local police departments. That's not a complaint. It's a reminder that anything you ask for, we're interested in. Two, we do a lot of gun buybacks. State police do that. We have a lot of, we also have invested in communities to provide safe gun storage and lockers, to provide those and trigger locks for community members. So thank you. I'm in total agreement with you. And again, that's not the job of a public or a town hall. It's for me to really understand where I might be missing an issue. I might be incorrect about how people are feeling about something. I might get a good idea about how to make it better. But we would honor any of those kinds of requests. And I'll bet we could do more right now with some resources that we probably still have lying around somewhere. So why don't I try to do something in this community through the right local leaders right now, and then these guys will make sure that they're encouraging folks to put that in their budget requests. Does that work? Do you guys want to also maybe do a gun buyback here in conjunction with, not in lieu thereof, with local law enforcement?
Sure. The governor was surprised me that maybe one of our officers was willing to say we didn't have the space to store that, because we have plenty of space. So maybe it's just a lack of training on our part, if it was a PD officer.
It was one each came, and they both related the same thing. I said, well, I don't know, PD store since I lived in the city limits at the time. I said, no, sorry, we don't have the space. And then SO deputy related the same thing. I just went off what they said, so you're correct, there could be a miscommunication as well.
Sure, if you have maybe a case number, maybe we can just look into it, just make sure we're doing the right thing.
Quite a few years ago, but I'll dig that up if you'd like to.
It's something I can look at statewide in case that's an issue somewhere. These are why your opinions matter, because it could be a real issue somewhere, and then we have a chance to address it right now. So thank you. Those are very nice.
I'm sorry, I can't touch these.
Because some people have taken the microphones and run the building, so it seems like we've lost our minds. It's based on actual experience in some of these town halls. Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, thank you. Well, this is just a comment, okay? I just want you to know, Governor, that I've been here 38 years, and you're the only governors that really help with the DD programs, you know, to make the difference, for them to be integrated in the community, to get a job, and to live out of the institution. Okay, I know it's been 4 hours, and my daughter who has autism right here, and she's very restless, and she wanted to say something for you, to thank you, to let you know that the taxpayer money is working. Okay, for some.
What's your daughter's name?
Alicia.
Hi, Alicia.
Hello. Okay, so my name is Alicia Lukoski, who has intellectual developmental disabilities, autism, and cerebral palsy. Thanks, Governor Grisham, for supporting, enabling me to obtain a job after completing a career and life skills program, including culinary program at Doña Community College. Because I was in school for 1 year, and I took culinary classes, and I enjoyed it. And I'm working 2 jobs, too. I'm working at IHOP, and I'm working in the hospital volunteering. Well, I'm getting paid through DVR, and I like that. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you for being such a valuable member of this beautiful community. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Douglas.
My parents moved me here in 1968. I grew up in Alamogordo. I'm a certified educator here in New Mexico. I'm retired. I've always worked with disadvantaged kids. I wanted to kind of express kind of the situations I've had since I've moved back to Alamogordo. One of them is my friend here, Lee. He was assaulted on his porch by one of these 40 whatever folks. I took it on to myself to protect him. I took him to the police station, got a restraint or a no trespassing order. Found the guy in the alley a few weeks later. Called the police. Tried to detain or hold him there in the alley. We ended up in a physical confrontation. I got written a ticket for it and had to go to court. And I don't know what happened to the individual. Okay, and this is a guy that's in and out, 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 over and over and over again. He has an alcohol addiction, drug addiction. What I want to know from the panel is how you're going to address the drug problems that we have in our community. When I grew up here, it was a very nice town. Okay. Felt very safe. I rode my bicycle everywhere. Now, I own a building on White Sands Boulevard, and I went down there at night to inspect it during a rainstorm to see where the roof was leaking. I came out of the building, there was a gentleman in my car. He got out of the car, and then he started coming at me. I had to physically defend myself. Okay? And this is scary, okay? Secondly, my building continually gets broken into by homeless folks, or what I would call tweakers, which are people that are addicted to methamphetamine. I went in there I was working in Deming, New Mexico, which is also one of the most violent communities in the state of New Mexico. And I would come here on weekends. I came back on a Friday night and saw that there was some damage to my building. So I went home. I was tired. I went to sleep. I got up in the morning. I definitely thought about bringing my personal protection, and I did not. Okay? I went in the building, and there was a gentleman standing in the corner that scared me severely. Okay? If I would have carried my gun, then I would have shot the man. Okay? And then I'd have to live with his death the rest of my life. Okay? I don't want to deal with this. Okay? I called the cops. They come down, and one of them wouldn't even get out of his vehicle. Okay? I had to ask him to get out of his vehicle and inspect where this guy was. Okay? It's frustrating. Okay? Second of all, I wish the DA was still here. Okay? I sold a gentleman sold me vehicles and a mobile home that didn't belong to him. Okay? As soon as I figured it out, I called the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department came out there, filled out paperwork. I gave him the bill of sale. And then I got a subpoena to go to court. Okay? I go to court, and the junior DA or whatever stopped me. Okay? Said, oh, let's talk in this room. I said, please, this man has taken more than $4,000 of my money, and I have nothing to show for it. Okay? I went to the DA's office more than 6 times, asking the DA to put in, to get me some money, to try to get some of my money back out of this individual. This individual was convicted of 7 felonies. Okay? He spent a year in jail. He's about to get out. Okay? I went and talked to the DA again. And I finally got through the gatekeeper and was actually sat down and talked to him. Okay? Now, the guy didn't even seem interested. They're definitely interested in using my police report, to convict him and come up with a plea bargain, but they would do absolutely nothing to help me recover any of my losses. Okay? This is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly frustrating. This was a wonderful community. Okay? Now, I want to get out. Okay? And that's what's happening in New Mexico. It's brain draining. Anybody with a brain gets the hell out of here because of all these problems. And, you know, the homeless problem is one of the biggest things. I have a building, 5,000 square feet, that could be remodeled and turned into a homeless shelter. And it's in a very convenient location in Alamogordo. If that's something that the state would be interested in, I would be more than happy. I don't utilize the building other than storage, and I can find another place to store my stuff. We can store these people. I don't mean store these people. This sounds horrible. But something needs to be done instead of, you know, I get a lot of lip service, but nothing gets done. And it's very, very frustrating. And Governor, I'd like your help in straightening some of this out. And I don't know if you can or cannot do it, but something needs to be done in this community. And sadly, you know, what's going to happen is my friend will get assaulted by the guy again when he gets out of jail. And 2 weeks after he gets assaulted, he has a he had not a seizure, a stroke. Okay? We don't know if it's caused by this assault where he got punched in the face by this individual. Who knows? But it definitely took away from his life. Okay? I'm here to defend him. Okay? I'll do whatever is necessary to defend this community. Okay? I want this Alamogordo was a great place. Okay? No more. My dad taught at this university. That's why I was brought to this place, is my dad taught here in New Mexico State. My mother worked in Gerald Champion Hospital for 40 plus years, and then she volunteers as a pink lady. Okay? We give, and we give, and give to this community. Okay? And we get kicked. Thank you.
Thank you for staying. Thank you for sticking up for your neighbor. Probably the most important thing is there's someone who's just offered his resources and support. Not that you said you would do all that for free, but we have a building, we can have a partnership, we can do some investing. That's how you get things done. Certainly how I can tell you're a New Mexican, because that's how we roll. That is why I'm here. It's not the only reason. But I don't recognize far too many of the Mexico communities, my own self, and that we do not have the right accountability efforts. And I cannot do it myself. I have to have changes in the law. I cannot hold anyone accountable in any way. And I think what's probably really valuable, this has been the best town hall about kind of those nuances, so I want to congratulate you. And that's earnest. I either get, sort of one side, we don't have a problem and we need to do more interventions. We do need more interventions. We're losing kids and families, we have to do more. We have done a lot here. And that's not to sound defensive, we have. But we have a lot more to do because there are a lot of holes and gaps and we've escalated risk. Or I have a town hall where there are so many businesses and so many individuals who have been attacked by the same person over and over and over again. We have insurance companies that will not insure private businesses all over the state of New Mexico. They will not replace your broken windows. They will not replace your cameras. And the cost to some businesses in the state of New Mexico is so astounding that they're not hiring anyone. They're not adding new businesses because they can't afford it. Because they're paying for property damage and security. And so I'll tell you that one of the proposals, until we right-size this, is I think there ought to be a tax break, and there ought to be investments for security and reduction in taxes, and we got to figure out insurance, because businesses cannot stay open. Cannot. This is more of the experience that I see myself every day, that I've experienced myself far too many days, and it's not working. We need accountability and guardrails, we need new laws, we need compassion and support about poverty and gaps, and they don't get done one versus the other, they have to be done together. So, we're funding. They'd like to talk to you about your building, and I did promise I'd come to a meeting and have all the providers there, and I will make good on that promise. And sir, I'd like you to be there. We can look at your building and talk about what can be done. The easy part for me is getting the funding. Not that I've gotten all of it, and I'm going to be a little bit cranky. I'm the only one really putting lots of money into housing and homelessness. That is not like that's happening in most of our communities, and I need more leadership in that regard everywhere in Mexico. Everyone's going to have to prioritize getting this stuff done and getting it done right. Because, and for some of you, that's probably a good thing, and I'm hoping to have a light-hearted moment. And for maybe some of you, it's not so good. And I'm gone in 2 years. We have to make it better for the next governor, the next set of lawmakers, the next set of mayors, the next set of police officers and leaders, the next driver. Because it is out of whack in this state. And I've been saying that since 2018. But I don't have all the right tools. I do not. And I need every New Mexican to say, I hope. And if you don't agree with me, I've invited you to disagree with me in the legislature, because that's good work. But we need more tools. We need penalty enhancements. We can't have someone who's in jail for a serious felony, rape, trafficking, drug dealing, second-degree murder for 5 years. We can't. We can't have the same people into your communities re-offending, even if they're misdemeanors. It makes us all less safe. And it makes these communities, sir, I agree with you, less desirable to live in. In 2018, maybe 2017, I gave a speech to the legislature. So before I was governor, I was a member of Congress. I lived in a place in D.C. during the week that I didn't have a relationship with, didn't know any of my neighbors. I didn't know any of the businesses around the street corners. I didn't know anything. D.C. is known as a place that's not so safe. I could walk out of my apartment at 1 a.m. by myself and run. Or go get, I shouldn't have been going to McDonald's at 1 a.m., but I might have done that a time or two. I felt perfectly safe in Washington, D.C., in the place in which I raised my children, where I lived for 20 plus years, where I used to run in the middle of the day on the ditches in Albuquerque and into the Bosque. I wouldn't run there in broad daylight in 2017 by myself because I didn't feel safe. They are not new problems, but they are escalating. And I'm going to keep fighting to get the tools to keep repeat offenders off our streets, and to make sure we have the tools for people who want our help, who will take our help, that they have unfettered access to those supports. But I want everyone to know I do not have the power to do that without legislative changes. So if you've got a minute to make a phone call, I will, and email like all of our bills, but if there are things that you think are spot on, it'd be really helpful to have your voice added to that. And for your friend who was assaulted, I'm so sorry. Shouldn't happen to anyone, anywhere in America. And we can do better by you and by everyone in this community. And that's certainly my intent. I feel like it's the intent of most of the people who live here and who work here. And we just need some more tools to do our jobs more effectively. So I'm sorry that I lectured, but I'm really nervous too. And I don't think we have any more time to wait.
I also hate COVID.
And RSV and norovirus, I hate
yeah,
them.
you know, H5N1. Yeah.
interrupt me when you need to. Okay. Housing First models work. Heading Home, which is formerly Albuquerque Heading Home, showed immense reduction in city costs by prioritizing housing first. Recipients of their services showed 36% reduction in ER visits, saving over $27,000. Hospital inpatient costs decreased by 83.8%, and medical costs were reduced by 39%. Jail costs were reduced by 64% for participants in the program, and time spent in detention centers was reduced by about 2/3 as well. I get this from the nmlegis.gov handouts from Heading Home. I do think it was from, I want to say 2017. All the data I can find is a little dated.
And Heading Home, you're right, is still available around, and we use them. And we'll tell you that some of that data has shifted in a not so good way because of case management and sobriety issues inside some of these housing models. But they're a really good group that we use constantly for advice.
I had the opportunity to work with them a little bit, doing some volunteer work about 6 or 7 years ago, so it's been a minute. But yeah, and I do think, you know, no issue can be looked at in one lens, through one lens, or just one data piece, and I think that you have a deep understanding of that, which I appreciate. I'd also like to read just a little bit about recidivism. After decades of stability from the 1920s to the early 70s, the rate of imprisonment in the United States more than quadrupled during the last 4 decades. So since the 1970s. The U.S. penal population of 2.2 million adults is by far the largest in the world. It's roughly 20%, I think, based on the most recent data that I've seen. Even though we only have 5 or 6% of the world's population, we house about 20% of its prison population. 1 out of every 100 adults in prison or jail. It's 5 to 10 times higher than the rates in Western Europe and other democracies. It's mostly men under the age of 40, disproportionately minorities, and those who are poorly educated. I'm quoting from this study, I'm sorry. The study examines research and analysis of the dramatic rise of incarceration rates and its effects. The study makes the case that the United States has gone far past the point where the numbers of people in prison can be justified by social benefits and has reached a level where these high rates of incarceration themselves constitute a source of injustice and social harm. The study recommends changes in sentencing policy, prison policy, and social policy to reduce the nation's reliance on incarceration. The report also identifies important research questions, yada yada. It's the growth of incarceration in the United States, exploring the causes and consequences from the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine in 2014. So, a couple of questions that I have for you then. And I have had a little bit of this answered, and thank you. What are you doing, or what is happening to increase funding to social services and mental health services? Like I said, you did speak some to that. What will you do to ensure that increased funding, and this is really important to me, increased funding to mental health facilities doesn't repeat the historical, disastrous and frankly eugenic mental asylum system of our country's past? I do believe that we are experiencing a mental health crisis in this country, and it would seem in this state. And I fear that increased funding and privatization of these things could lead to massive amounts of harm for some of our most marginalized people. So just please, please, as you move forward, be so mindful of that. Will you commit to funding increased social work incentive programs, as you already are, and put social workers in targeted areas like schools? Schools, my God, please put more social workers in schools.
$2 billion in newer public schools. I am not kidding about that. We have the highest rate increase in salaries for social workers, nurses, educators in the Southwest and West. Now we're about still, I think, the middle. Might be time to look at that again. I like being number one. We have plenty of areas where New Mexico is not number one. I don't love that. I don't think you all do either. We deserve better. But I can't just make people be social workers. And so if you guys have ideas about how to get folks to really want to do this body of work, or like the compact, it's not a perfect solution, but it is a good step that I think is in the right direction. It will have a heavy lift in the legislature because of some of the liability waivers that some of the legislators, I'm not mad at them, they have the right to have educated opinions about the stuff. That's how they get elected, to defend that. So that's going to be an issue. But we have put, here's something that's weird for me. I am cut from a cloth of advocacy. I committed to put a ton of money into these systems, and we have. And I've been lucky to be able to do it. And I take a little credit, and you should too, that the state's economy is amazing. That doesn't mean it's reached everyone. It doesn't mean that no one has wage theft, and it doesn't mean that we don't have any poverty. It does not mean that. But it is a momentous effort in the right direction for a state that's had institutional poverty at levels that nobody else around the country has, that create any number of problems. So I know that we can do more, but putting money into these systems has not resolved a whole lot of this stuff. We have some of the lowest incarceration rates, and we should be aiming for that. We don't want to incarcerate our way or to institutionalize our way out of any of these risks. But I want you to know how I feel when I'm approaching this, because that's fair. And I think it's what you're asking me and why you're here. My personal and both educated opinions is that we have a tendency, particularly in New Mexico, to swing the pendulum all the way one way with very little course correction and effort until things get really out of whack and then we go the other way. Everyone committed, everyone in an institution, hidden away in places with terrible things like electric shock therapy. I mean, horrible, illegal, unconstitutional effort. And for me to tell you that New Mexico did not do that in some of the state places in years past would be a fib. We did, and we were liable for it. We were in consent decrees, as we should, for that terrible, terrible work. But not to have any places for acute care or inpatient care is a bridge too far the other way. And I will tell you that because states and the country did such a bad job here, people are sort of moving and congregating in ways that are unsustainable for New Mexico and our neighboring states. I'd like to find the right balances here. More money in health, more money in a social safety network, more work at early for families. I mean, I can't lose another kid or have another trauma, or that's untenable. Keep doing more there so that in a generation, I hope less than that, we continue to see progress like we have in childhood poverty. But I do think it has to be both. I don't think it can be one or the other. And like the program that you mentioned, you know, what they'll tell you now is moving people into housing first models without getting their agreement and commitment, the people that you move, to follow the rules, to not engage in illicit activity. That if you don't do that, the risks that follow them into these housing models were so high that most of them in some of the bigger cities had to be closed. They had to be closed. They were so dangerous that the staff wouldn't go in anymore. So it's a lesson that we learned. I need more case managers. I need more social workers. I need more interventionists. I need more addictionologists and specialists. And that is an area that we're doing much better at, but we're not keeping up with the pace. I'm not sure what I'm missing. I asked the Health Council if you've got some ideas, but I want you to know, I think you have to do both. So the legislature, I'm going to tell you right now, and I know they're going to do it, and I'm going to sign it. They're going to give me a massive behavioral health bill with massive funding to fund it. And I'm going to sign it right away. You should come up and help celebrate. that will not translate to enough people having access where they want it. Both people who just want it, because we got to grow it, and we're going to keep doing that, and it will not change the minds of people who want no help, who refuse to stay in treatment or support or counseling or in housing, or to stop smoking fentanyl on the corner or selling it to someone. And we've got to interrupt that, and that's what I'm trying to do. Both at the same time, all at once. I don't want to lose anyone to overdoses. I don't want any more kids addicted. I don't want any more at-risk families, and I don't want any providers or practices to use poor, terrible, unsafe, non-evidence-based strategies that would chemically restrain or do any of the other things. And if they would do that, those guys are going to prison, and gals. So I want it all. Good, solid, right-sized treatment for the right people in the right ways. Soup to nuts, totally continue.
I hear you, and I don't think that any of these problems get solved, like no problems get solved by just either ignoring them or pretending like they don't exist. So I do hear you, and I do think that mental health care facilities, I mean, I sort of know, I have an acquaintance who's currently struggling with their child and mental health facilities in the state and is considering sending them out of state. And there's a lot of hoops to jump through. I wonder then what restorative
Thanks
justice...
for letting me be so long.
Yeah, oh, well, right back into
and to the community that is putting up with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, then I wonder what... I'd be interested to know more about what restorative justice programs, non-recidivism programs, or divergence programs, like what data your office has looked at, what programs they've looked at. You mentioned that you've been traveling around various places trying to find things that work. You know, there's something to be said for a community-specific approach, but there's also something to be said for not reinventing the wheel. And so, so there's that. I spoke briefly with the mayor, like, 2 years ago, what it feels like, about starting a youth program. And actually, the folks over at Community Power New Mexico have started a program where they work with the youth diversion program to try to put kids into hands-on, construction-based kind of programming. And I love that. I would love to see a really in-depth, systemic community service program at the local high school that pairs any students, bless you, any students, whether they're at risk identified or not, with local construction, landscaping, and other programs to hopefully deal with some of the derelict properties that we have. That's my ultimate goal. If we can get the kids working with the companies, get them, kids that are old enough, maybe paid summer internships, and get them onto those properties where we can get those properties fixed up and maybe get some Section 8 HUD housing in the city, because God knows we need more of it. So I do have a few ideas. They're more or less baked, but there's that. Okay, last question. I'm also here with the Justice for Elijah Hadley movement, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you more about that. But I would really like to see a citizen oversight board of especially our local sheriff's department that actually has some kind of teeth, because we had a dead body in a truck for a week in November of 2021, I believe. We had a man wrongfully imprisoned for a week in 2023. We had the murder of Elijah Hadley, and those are only the things that we know about because they were reported by the news media. We did not hear. I went back and watched the county commission meetings for 3 months after each of those incidents, and no mention was made by the sheriff to the public. What the hell kind of, what the heck kind of oversight are we supposed to have when we don't even get the information? And how are we supposed to restore public faith in our law enforcement if there's not that transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for staying, so everyone, thank you. It means a lot to everyone up here. I'm bizarre. I drink 30 cups of coffee. I could stay here all night. I'm beginning to see the fatigue of some of my panel members, and I'm sure that Mr. Baker's going to punch me in my good arm, figuratively, not literally. I'm happy to keep talking to you and everyone else. We want to get it right in this community and every community, and I feel better every day that we will. We have a lot of ideas about youth programs. I've got the General Aguilar, who runs the National Guard, former state police officer, who has incredible outcomes for engaging, particularly mid-school, but actually a variety of age groups. Really interested in sort of a statewide model. We're also likely to put more emphasis on that to the legislature. And if I can't engage, a community or a school or a local program, I can do more, some show folks what we're doing, and if you like it, you're liking it, if you want that. So we demonstrate by doing. So we could come in here and figure out some of that. Like the General's raising his eyebrow. You can come, just stay until Sunday and put that together right now, sir. So I think that we could offer some value there and some support, so count on us to do that. And I look forward to spending more time with you. Thank you for your commitment to this community.
Hello, Governor and panel, Mayor. My name is Nan Barker. I am here officially in the capacity of New Mexico State Director for Women for Gun Rights. And I've actually got a couple of solutions that we've been tossing around as far as red flag laws are concerned. There was one lady that was here today that unfortunately that law didn't do anything to help her. And we combated that the last 2 years when we were bringing that up in the legislative session. I sat in those committees. And we were combating that because it's not a solution. It's a band-aid that you're trying to throw onto something that needs a different thought process. A solution that we have come up with, I've become friends with an organization, a nonprofit organization called Hold My Guns. And that organization does exactly what that gentleman, Michael, had talked about before, which is they work with local FFLs in every city that they can get. And those FFLs store those firearms for those people that are having to relinquish them for restraining orders and other things like that. She can't stay alive unless she has funding and has help and gets her word and her organization out to more states. We don't have anything here in the state of New Mexico, and had I not
Where is this program located? What state?
So she's currently located in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I myself am a former FFL here in Alamogordo, and I myself would have had that program had I not needed to shut down due to cancer. So that's one of the things that we can think of as a community that we can utilize. And it doesn't require that person to sell their gun to somebody who's going to give them $50 for it. It gives them a way to store their firearm until they've gotten all their legal stuff hammered out, right? There's been a lot of information tonight, so I have a lot of notes, and they are kind of all over the place, and I also get super nervous getting on the mic, so please bear with me. You talked about in the beginning of this meeting tonight that you have an 11-year-old that's a repeat offender. And last year you actually passed a bill and signed a bill into law that holds the parent responsible and not the child. What does that do to teach the child a lesson on not to do that? How does that stop that child from going back out and doing the same thing again?
Well, in this case, if parents knowingly or negligently put firearms in the hands of kids, which is already illegal, if they're not accountable, what's to stop the parent from continuing to do that? It's the same reason parents are liable if they serve underage individuals alcohol in their homes or establishments. So it's hard to hold the kid accountable when you've got a parent or an adult that is fueling their access to a firearm. Interestingly enough, the first case of the Betty Hargrove law the adjudication of that identified many issues that probably ought to be re-reviewed in that legislation potentially. I don't know if it's not on my list of bills that for public safety, but I'm not so sure it won't get reintroduced for some adjustments. In a 60-day session, for people who don't know, constituents can come to legislators. They do, they should. It's a citizen legislature, and they can discuss concepts and introduce any kind of bills. And then I can introduce any number of bills I want introduced. And then legislators, of course, have their own agendas based on their own expertise and experiences. In a 30-day session, the only person that can introduce non-budget related bills is the governor. And that's based on our constitutional design. I didn't know if everyone knew that or not, so I don't always know in a 60-day session what's going to be introduced. I'm pretty clear in a 30-day what's being introduced and entertained. So I don't know about that. I really want all accountability in all the places it ought to be, with good debates about what we do about juvenile justice, juvenile offenders, what we do about families or parents or adults that are facilitating illegal acts and high-risk acts. I'm interested in that whole continuum. You don't need to, go overboard on any of them. We haven't really done enough work, certainly in my opinion, and the facts would suggest that's true. We have a rising, serious problem with juvenile crime. And I will tell you, and I think your police would tell you, they're getting guns from adults. And in large part, we've got an attorney general, to his credit, is really looking at this, and a lot of law enforcement, and we need more shared investigatory and data work. You cannot believe how easy it is to get on the internet as an 11-year-old or a 12-year-old, and I'm off the parents, and meet someone at Starbucks and get a firearm.
So speaking to that,
Yeah.
we've had instances in our middle school here and our high school where students have brought firearms to school. Those firearms were not obtained from their parents. So again, how are you holding the student responsible for finding a firearm or breaking into another person's house and stealing a firearm?
Legislation that holds them accountable.
But what about the gangs that are related that come from
gangs,
around the
transnational
country?
gangs, all of it. But here's the issue. I don't get to send the bills up to me. The legislature does that. And if they don't change the children's code, if they don't change the outcomes, if they don't do correctly penalty enhancements, I want to be careful. That's not to say that we throw out fair justice aspects that really look at extenuating circumstances, but I have been a huge, just so that you know, I'm not arguing with you. I want all of it, and I have asked for those every single year. And I haven't had enough success. I've had some, but I haven't had enough. And I will tell you that I think, and I want to do this fairly, I think the legislature, and we're working on it together, that's what we do, we're negotiating. But one governor, would only work on one part of it, just let's say the crime side. And another governor would just work on the intervention and restorative justice side. And then another governor would just work on the crime side. So this whiplash with policymakers, they get really uncomfortable, and then they don't want to do anything. And I'm really encouraging them, and this is the newest body of legislators we've ever had, with not a whole lot of, and that's not a complaint, it's just no. And I'm working on what I can do better, with my body of experience, and if that's helpful, or maybe it's not helpful. Who haven't been through these issues in this state, like you and I have, for a decade or more. And I'm really working hard to get them access to good data and information, because I will tell you that they sort of recoil about some of these issues, because I think they worry that we'll overstep and harm kids, or be unfair to parents, and not find the right bad actor. And I'm after every irresponsible or bad actor with due process, equity, fairness, balance. But we have lost, in my view, you're welcome to disagree. I hope I'm doing that. You're, of course, welcome to disagree with me. We have lost any balances and accountability. And in fact, if you talk to folks outside of New Mexico, and even people who are unhoused who are not from here, they will tell you they came here because they know they will not be held accountable for illegal acts. And I think that's outrageous. I think all of us should have to adhere to the same set of standards and rules and laws, and that we should all be held to the highest degree for those responsibility measures. And so I'm trying to make that clear to every group that is not participating fairly in that design. It is illegal for kids to bring any weapons to school. And not all of them are prosecuted, not all of them are found, and we just had a scare in Hondo. The governor's worst nightmare, and I have plenty: fires, riots, viruses. I never thought I was going to have to be worried about a virus. But guns in schools are my single most worst nightmare. And I think it's the single worst fear and nightmare of every parent and every student. And you're going to see a lot of students come to the legislature this legislative session who are going to say they want more accountability in their schools and they want more of these students held accountable. And I'm welcoming them to provide those opinions because I think they're incredibly valuable and I think they might move the needle here. And anyway, I keep interrupting. That's not my goal. I think we're more aligned in a bunch of these areas than not, and I thought I might try to explain it a little better. I don't know if I did or I didn't.
Understood. Everybody's here for the same goal. It's very apparent to me. A lot of people have left, but we all have the same goal. No matter what side of the aisle you sit on, we all want to see crime reduction down to zero. It would be amazing. It'll never happen. But we also want to make sure, coming from my standpoint, we want to make sure that gun rights are also maintained for those of us that are legal, law-abiding citizens. We've done nothing wrong. And, for those that, have even thought about carrying, I highly suggest get educated. It's not all about get a gun and just go put it in your waistband and think you're going to be a badass, because it's not going to happen. Get educated. That's what I promote. Get educated. Learn how to use it. Learn when and when not to use it. There's a ton of different things.
Does your organization do gun safety training?
So I myself, yes, I do.
Great.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
I'm a New Mexico concealed carry instructor. So I'm certified through the NRA and through the USCCA. And
thank you for doing that training.
100%. 100%. It is very invaluable, especially for people that don't know what they're getting themselves into. I don't want somebody to go buy a gun, and this is how I felt about it in my store that I had. I don't want them to buy something, have no clue on what they're supposed to do and how to use it, and make a serious mistake that's going to affect the rest of their lives. I want to educate them first. So, yes, we all have the same goal. I want to see our legislature and our law enforcement do more about enforcing the laws that we currently have in place before we start having these knee-jerk reactions about, cutting our, restricting our gun rights and making it to where we can't carry. I like the idea of the castle doctrine. There was, I can't remember who it was. There's a gentleman here that was speaking that they had an intruder inside their business or inside their home. That's a perfect example of what castle doctrine is. He should have had the right. He should have 100% had the right to grab that person by the arm and haul them outside. It doesn't necessarily mean that you got to bring a firearm into the game. But it does mean that they should be allowed to protect what belongs to them. They are the ones who are paying taxes on that property. They are the ones that work their butts off to be able to pay for that property, to own that piece of land for themselves. And they don't, in this state, they have zero right to protect that property, something that they work so hard for. So that's a prime example for castle doctrine. Again, I have a ton of material. Everybody was great tonight. So there was somebody that was here earlier that was speaking to the mental health reporting and being able to apply for a firearm. Applying for a firearm is that's a federal background check. That's not a state background check, it's federal. So for the state to be able to report to the feds, do better about reporting to the feds about mental health within the schools and around our communities will help the feds to be able to know when it's okay and when it's not. So unfortunately, that's not something that you can take care of on the 4473 side, but you can help by reporting to the federal government on mental health issues. The numbers that you brought earlier in this meeting tonight, they really do mostly apply to the larger cities here within the state, not the smaller communities. A lot of the arguments that people have brought in tonight, I think, is because we are not seeing those results here in our community. We see those results in Albuquerque, we see them in Santa Fe, we see them in Las Cruces, because those are all bigger cities. Yes, they have higher populations. However, Otero County is a growing population, and we have a growing issue with crime. We have a growing issue of homelessness. We have a growing issue of drugs that are being brought across the border. We're not seeing the same things that you see in the larger cities because we don't have that assistance down here. We don't have as much help as we need. And that's why the community has stepped out today to talk to you, so that you understand that we are voicing a cry of help that isn't being answered. I think we can all agree that mental health and drug abuse are big issues in our county. The works in progress, again, are in bigger cities and not here. And oddly enough, most of our homeless here have cell phones, which I find very interesting. My quick Google search tonight shows that there's only one shelter here locally where the homeless can have a warm bed. Is there anything that the state can do to help us build a robust shelter that is focused on reforming and advocating for these people and helping to drive them towards a better life? You mentioned California earlier with San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego. Yes, they bought facilities, but a lot of those facilities, there's nothing that's been done with them, and those facilities have been purchased, and the government has been sitting on them for a few years without any kind of change.
That hasn't been my experience.
Those same cities, like San Diego, for instance, downtown is ridiculous. It's nothing but homeless camps.
It's
Off
really,
the freeways,
you're
homeless
right,
camps.
it's really harsh, but where I will disagree with you, I just got back. They're having remarkable success by having the guardrails, having accountability, having more of a clear who does intake, who does sheltering, who does long-term services. And I've been all over the country. I've gone to hundreds of them. Texas, Florida, New York, Washington, D.C., California, Oregon, Washington State, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada. I haven't been to Maine to look at their programs, and I haven't been to Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, Ohio. I could go on. I'm working with every governor all over the country. I know exactly who's really seeing successes and who hasn't quite gotten over the finish line. I'm going to both blame Otero County and the city of Alamogordo. You're welcome to other things. I promise you won't be so mad at me. And even some tribal community leaders. When they bring me their requests for capital and investments, I rarely get invest in a shelter. Rarely. No, I don't get them, and here's what I do.
I know, but I'm saying it would be huge if we actually had a shelter.
It should be, but I'm just wanting you to know. Now, that's not unique to this community. I bring it in because I see problems, and I should be held accountable. But I don't get that many requests, and I get good requests. Public safety buildings, regional training, cars, judicial complexes. I'm trying to think of some other stuff that we've done here in Alamogordo. We've done a lot of wastewater, water treatment, things that are critical. Roads, other infrastructure, broadband. And what I do is I don't second guess the county or the mayor or the police departments. I don't say, hey, I don't care if you need a public safety complex or a training complex. I'm the governor, I'm going to decide for you what you get. So I made a big commitment that I've kept because I believe in it, and I think it's working, that we should invest in what the local communities identify as their top priorities. So I either fully fund that number one or number two or number three, or if they're really small, I do more. But I really try to equalize those, and it's billions of dollars, billions across the state. I don't have a good answer, and it's not until I do. I think that if we did the roads and the waste corridor and the things that lead to economic development, good jobs, reduce crime, reduce risk, I mean, the things that we know to be true. And we got a little behind on some of the other issues. And I think that there's widespread agreement now. We better do more of these at-risk population supports for me. I have not been convinced anywhere in the state that we don't need some guardrails and accountability for these populations. I want to respect and have compassion that there are extenuating circumstances. But when I ask someone, and I do it every day, I will help you. Let's get you into housing. Let's get the resources started. Let's get you support in healthcare and treatment. And how many times do you think someone has said yes? 0. Now, I have had people say you can get me, which I did. 2 people in Las Cruces, one person wanted hearing aids, and the other person wanted dental work, and I delivered on both. I was hoping that maybe if we did that, they would trust us and think about housing and getting off the streets and lowering risk and doing the things that could make a difference in their lives, and also protect innocent third parties from some of those issues, and they refused. There have to be accountability measures and supports. They have to be fair. But in California, it took them a long time. Things come into Mexico later sometimes. They will tell you they were wrong. The mayors, the county commissioners, the governor, other leaders, that without the guardrails and accountability measures, you can't make a difference. So they've repealed a lot of those sort of broad, you can do whatever you want, where you want, got repealed. Oregon's doing the same, DC's doing the same, Florida's doing the same, Texas, Colorado. I don't want New Mexico to have to repeal all these things. I want New Mexico to get it right on the front end. We didn't have such a burgeoning crisis as quickly as they did. We've probably ignored it too long, and I don't want to ignore it. But I just want you to know I have asked for these things every year, and I've given good, strong messaging, and they're taking me up on it. You want money for shelters and appropriate services? You're going to get it from me. I want to invest here. It's your money, and I want it redelivered to you in the things that make the biggest differences. So I could use more of that data and more of your help, and I'm really grateful that you're here tonight.
Definitely want to see something like that happen. We have programs, so I am a recipient of the Opportunity College Scholarship, and thank you very much for putting that in place. Without that, I wouldn't be working on getting my degree right now. I also work part-time as a work study over here at PACE, the Pathways and Career Education department that's here in this building. And I think it'd be really important. We work really hard to help people obtain their GED that had a lot of issues, even in recent years at the high school, being able to, being part of the group and part of the class. I would love to see shelters getting put in place here locally. We have a ton of hotels that have been abandoned now that we can use as shelters, and start connecting those shelters with the PACE organization and start ramping up and building up the PACE organization to help them with career ready. So right now our focus is let's get you your GED, but then where do you go after that? So I promote to the students, we have Opportunity College, let's get you set up with advising and get you scheduled to start putting a schedule together. But some of them aren't really ready for that. They're in more of an immediate need to find work. We have some programs, not a lot of programs, Lottery being one of those, that would allow them to learn that skill so that they can then go into the workforce. I feel, lack in funding to be able to provide more opportunities to offer those skills to people that are really, truly in need, such as our homeless and people that are addicted to drugs, and just pulling them in and out of their current and moving them up into the community to where they're a successful and better part of the community. Do you think that at any point in time you'd be able to help try and put a little bit more focus within the system, the PACE system being one of those, and the shelters here? I know you're sitting right there, Mayor Payne, and we've talked a couple of times, but are we able to do that for our community and just start trying to build a more robust system so that we can help people get and help solve a lot of the problems that I think that everybody's here for tonight?
I'm committed, and the mayor's never said no to figuring out ways to work together. I want to be really clear about that. We don't always agree, we shouldn't, but we are pretty committed to figuring out how to work together. And so the answer is yes. That's why we're here. So also, we have a million years of programs for GED support and training and work study and work investments. We got to really take a better look at what we're not doing well as a state, as leaders, and what we could be doing differently. So I'm really going to take that to heart. And I fib to you. There is one mayor that did ask for shelter and more investments, and we did that, and that's Espanola. but we're going to need to do some more work there. And I just remembered that last year that was one of their priorities. But typically it isn't. Now, it is not meant to attack or belittle. These mayors have a lot of very expensive issues they're working to address.
Well,
and so I just want to be clear about that. I hope I didn't sound like I was making fun.
No, it's okay, I didn't go. All right, but what I do want to say is, we are Alamogordo, okay? So we're not as big as some areas. So when we're talking about the homeless population in our city, I cannot speak to the county. I can only speak within our city limits. I believe we've decided we're talking about 50, 60,
Yeah.
less than 100, less than 100. I know we decided less than 100. So here's my point to that. We're talking about a homeless shelter that potentially costs, how much a year? $1 million a year, maybe?
Honestly, it depends.
Okay. So potentially $1 million a year to operate. And in our city right now, we have less than 100 homeless folks. Now, I will tell you that I 1000% agree with you, because I do deal with homeless individuals every single day, and you are absolutely right. They don't want, typically they do not want the kind of help that you're talking about. And if we're going to have this conversation, we need to be honest about the conversation. And if we're to be honest about it, typically they don't want that. What they want, what they request from us, because we don't have a homeless shelter in our city, is they request hotel rooms. And we've spent a lot of money on them, but we really have decided that that's not really solving the issue. And so I'm trying to, I'm listening to everything that everyone's saying, but I'm trying to justify how to operate a shelter at potentially $1 million a year for a population that is, less than 100, and do it well. Because I do believe, it's not that I don't believe in a homeless, I don't like to call them homeless shelters. I would rather look at it as like transitional living, where this is not a place that they can just come when they want shelter, but a place where they can really learn to become independent. I've been pretty clear about that, and I think that that's important. I think I truly believe in that handout principle rather than a handout. Again, some may not agree with me, but that's what I believe. But I don't know how we justify it. Now, I don't know if we can add to that number with the county. But I do know that within the city, as I drive around, and I know a lot of us see them on the sidewalks and stuff. I know their names, I know who they are, I know a lot of them. But it is less than 100, and I'm not sure how we process that, or how we justify that. The other thing that I want to mention, as long as I have the mic, is we talk about juvenile justice. I have a big concern. I believe we have, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in the entire state we have 4 juvenile facilities in the entire state. That is a huge issue for me. We had a situation last year, I think 2023, I believe, or maybe it was 24. We had a group of juveniles that decided to cause carnage between here and Tularosa. They did, I'm going to say tens of thousands. I wouldn't be surprised if it was hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage, but certainly tens of thousands of dollars in damage. I believe there was 5 of them, if I'm not mistaken. And because they could not find placement in a juvenile facility for all 5 of them, they all had to go home to their parents, which is really just a snub in the face of our law enforcement, right? In the meantime, we had citizens whose motorcycles were damaged, their cars were trashed, their property was damaged, and we didn't have a facility for them. So while I have the mic, I would like to address that as well, because we need more juvenile facilities if we're going to hold our juveniles accountable.
And I need local government to run that. So this is a perfect, really smart example where we were over incarcerated and we were putting in over juveniles. I'm old enough, the D home, the detention center, and everybody went there. We didn't do interventions, and we weren't trying to address the core issues. To nobody has one. And so we had huge problems in the state. People come to me, want me to fix it. There's no place for them to go. We also get sued when the local governments don't have a place to facilitate detention. So I'm a huge proponent, and we're back at an area where we might have to require that, based on population, counties have to have a detention center. And I'm likely to say, if you can't give me a good reason why you're not going to do that, and support, and we'll give you the resources, but you've got to run it. And what's happening now in the state is counties, not this one. The counties are asking us to run their jails and detention centers, and here's two weird answers. On the one hand, if that's the only way to get it done, we have said yes. That is not the best model by any stretch of the imagination. It just means we're transporting people all over the state, taking officers out of their communities to do these transports, and removing people from services and pastors and churches. Oh, you don't want that. And it is a bridge too far. The state can't do all this work. We cannot. But this is how it got off kilter. Counties stopped running detention centers. They were being sued because we were over-incarcerating, over-detaining. Maybe that was true 20 years ago. Maybe it was true 10 years ago. It is not true today. We don't detain anyone as a state response. I don't want to challenge the people who have given you facts in this community, but as a state, no one's being detained. So we have to right size. We need more detention, more productive, fair, quality community policing statewide, constitutional policing statewide. I'm trying to focus here or agitated one here. It's got to be done statewide. We need better correction systems that are right-sized and smart. We need arrests to hold. We cannot tolerate repeat offenders. We have to get guns out of the hands of our kids. We deserve better than this, and it does require legislative action. And it requires accountability without us. For me, the local leaders, the judges, the legislators, we all got to know what the problems are so that citizens can restore their power to make the changes that you're entitled and deserve to make, which is exactly why I'm here.
Howdy, Governor Grisham. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Jacob Justice. I also wear a few hats here in Alamogordo. I'm an officer for Community Power New Mexico, which, as Sarah introduced, works with at-risk youth for our Building Futures program. We help with public tool libraries and material libraries, so that say if people's houses are starting to get run down, they can fix them at little to no cost, as well as partnering with our public garden program here with Many Hands. I'm on the leadership team there as well. So something like getting his land with CP&M's tools and supplemented with Many Hands' garden sounds like something right up my alley. The big restriction that we've always had has been the purse. It's largely a volunteer-run program, so every time that I have to sit and write a grant is time that I can't help run the libraries. So I just want to thank you for your support in giving the power of the purse kind of to the local leaders here. Hopefully CP&M and with Many Hands and Lujan and everyone will see it. As you were speaking at the beginning of the podium, with CP&M is a lot more on the social program side than the policing side. So I was hoping to hear in your speech at the beginning a lot more plans for like how social programs can help alleviate and bring up public safety and public health. But I got a lot of, mentally ill and possibly addicted recidivists are skirting competency loopholes in order to get 40 felonies. Before you were coming here tonight, as you were thinking about your goal for increasing public safety, how much responsibility of that work did you plan on falling to the police versus social services? Like before tonight, and the paramedic jumped and reading off the services are the best thing to do, basically. And then, has there been any thought about state jobs programs, potentially bringing organized labor to help with our brackish water filtration, or to help bring solar energy at an affordable level to rural areas as energy and water prices go up, or even building a trade center that we might be able to send high school students to in lieu of maybe the second half of classes. That was something that we did at my high school in southwestern Virginia. We had a trade center where every day at lunch, a certain number of students, if they wanted or if they had signed up, would go to get instruction from real tradesmen that were hired at we called it the NEF Center, the Trade Center, Higher Ed Center. That I think could be really useful here, especially with the concerns about needing jobs immediately and needing to work immediately after school, and to help with the juvenile crime population.
There's no probably. You're right, we didn't do a lot of that, and I'll tell you why. Because we are, in fact, investing billions. And I'll give you some examples. And I can't really speak to why there's gaps, in Otero County and neighboring communities, so clearly I gotta provide more resources, or figure out why. But we have incredible state-of-the-art trade schools, career technical assistants in a bunch of incredible communities. Hobbs, Carlsbad, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Taos. I think we're built one in Tucumcari. We're doing centers of excellence. We have, again, the lowest unemployment rate. We've raised the minimum wage. I think that's likely to get done again. We've done tens of millions for community gardens and farming and rural libraries and job training. We earn while you learn. We just did, I don't know how many tens of millions to organize labor so that they could subsidize their apprenticeship programs, that the opportunity scholarships are not just a higher education. They also work for career technical education and work. We have the highest percentage in the country, renewable energy. And in fact, we have the highest rate of using that renewable energy as well as exporting it per capita in the country. We want jobs everywhere, anywhere, and mostly rural communities are benefiting from a lot of this renewable energy. Interestingly enough, we have the largest wind farm in North America. We're about to eclipse that. We have some of the largest solar farms. I don't know how many more are in the queue. We're getting the best results from transmission line investments. I can't get green electrons onto an antiquated grid. We're doing grid modernization. We're doing youth camps, youth training, summer training, mentorship, tutoring, transportation. I'm sure I'm missing something because I believe in those programs completely. And we're seeing some progress. We are. More community schools. We added more blue ribbon schools. We have more kids doing more of these extracurricular programs. We have more folks figuring out high-wage job growth and jobs right out of high school or in high school. We do everything is earn it while you learn. In the state, you don't volunteer. I pay you. We got 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds when they're not in school or working. We want all of that. This community can have that too. So if the schools aren't asking for it, I don't understand. If we don't have a community school here, I don't understand. Go to the school boards. We have resources. You don't want to know how much money public schools revert to the state. Because all of this extracurricular programming for kids isn't mandatory. So they don't spend it, and they don't use it. And honestly, it belies explanation. I don't understand it. Because we have to have these programs. All the evidence shows that if you have these interventions and supports, and you engage kids and their families, things get much better in the community. These resources are readily available. I can't explain why they're not here, so that's going to require this team and a bunch of my other folks to come in and maybe we should describe, and I'll tell you, can I put it on the city's website, all the different things that we do and have and have built and accomplished, and would you guys take a look at that, and maybe I put something that's sort of disconnected Otero County, and I'm going to make some others, Lincoln County or others, because I'd like to do that. I totally agree with you, but I want you to know, thank every legislator. You cannot believe how much they're allocating for just these things. That not every community asks for it, not every community spends it, not every community is developing it, and maybe there's something I can do better that's more incentive-based, not stick-based, but I don't understand why more isn't going on here. The resources really do exist. Last thing, that's not to say to anybody here that everything, everywhere is perfect. It is not, or I wouldn't be here. Maybe I would, and I think about the next things of perfection. But a lot is going on, and so if it's not happening here, Madam Mayor and all of the commissioners and all of the people dedicating their lives to local government and public service, and Madam President, let's get more here, and let's figure out why it hasn't taken hold. Happy to do it. But you should see some of these schools. They're unbelievable. And the one in Hobbs and the one in Carlsbad are two of my favorite. They are unbelievably good. And there's no reason we don't have something like that in our world.
Yeah, so just because you're going to get me in trouble here. The city has nothing to do with the schools, so we can't.
That's true.
We can't speak for them, so just so we're clear. But I will say, as a grandparent we have several city employees, and we have our high school is a great CTE program. I don't know if you've seen it or if you've heard about it, but it is phenomenal, and they're really building that program up over there. So we have a STEM school, a charter, not a STEM school. Well, yeah, it is a STEM school, but a charter school that is starting. That is going to be pretty phenomenal, and I know that our public schools, they have. I don't know about some of the community schools. I'm familiar with it. I know what you're talking about. I'm very supportive of it. I don't know what constitutes a community school. But again, you would have to talk to the schools about that. I just want to make that clear to the city. We sort of stay in our lane when it comes to the schools. So
I don't stay in my lane ever.
I know. But you get to do that. So I do not. I'm staying in my lane.
I'm encouraging this community to demand productively, positively, kindly, more. There's a lot more that can be done. And I didn't feel like anyone was blaming anyone else. There were a couple of tense moments. That's fair. That's going to happen. There is a lot more we can do. And this is a beautiful, perfect place. And we deserve more stuff. And we can do, broader advocates, usually give the support and tools. Expect that from us. And where you can't, we expect that you should be able to ask me to do more. I'm not sure everyone out here. God knows President Walsh is not shy about telling me to do stuff, and I work very hard. I think she'll tell you to deliver, because that's my job.
Yes, and I don't disagree with you, but I do think it's about priorities for us. Our city, unfortunately, is a little behind the times, and we're trying to get caught up. But we have some phenomenal things going on in our community. Do they pertain to homeless shelters? Not necessarily. Do they pertain to I don't want to say feeding, because we certainly have enough food pantries and that kind of thing going on. But we do have some great things going on in our community, and I think it's just about priority. And I understand where everybody's coming from. I just think as a mayor, as a administration, we have to look at everybody's views and what everybody wants. And I appreciate everybody, but the truth is there's 31,000 people within the city limits of Alamogordo, and sometimes we get 31,000 different opinions. So about what the priority.
Come on, you don't think that.
But just in case I do, we do, everybody's priority is different, and so I think we're doing the best we can, but we do have some phenomenal things going on in our city. We have, areas where we see improvement. We've got infrastructure repair that we're, 20 years behind on that is finally getting done, and those things have to take priority, because honestly, we can't do the rest of it if we're not going to have water coming into our city. We can't do the rest of it if we don't have new roads, and we've got a huge, I promise I'm getting on this phone because I was texted and asked to say that somebody's yelling at me. I was asked to mention, it's a public health issue. If the governor could look at return to work for retired certified sewer and water operators, the vacancy rate right now is 60%, but it's a nationwide problem. I don't know if you've heard that.
Easy answer. I'm a proponent of return to work. Again, you have to take the circumstances that you find. My team will tell you that that's been hard for us to get past. We got law enforcement officials finally, and educators. I need social work. Anywhere there's a gap, if we're not taking folks who are willing to stay in the workforce, by allowing them to have their retirement and a paycheck, when our retirement is sound, and you have to, I want to be careful about being too broad here. We have to be smart. We have to know what we're contributing. We have to watch that balance. Remember, most states' pensions are underwater. Ours are not. Something we should all be really proud of. We should also really be proud that, the financial folks who look at the health of the state, and even though we're doing so much better, still, of course, they are saying we're not only stable, we're likely to get identified as maybe the only state that's in a positive growth column for a period of time. These are all really good signs. They're not intended to mitigate the challenges that we suffer through and feel and know aren't quite right in our state. So we do more. But I'm a proponent of that. We don't always win those in the legislature, but we would be interested in looking at any place where there's a national gap and where we have high risk, and wastewater treatment systems, high risk. And I can't, if I had a nickel for every small town or community that's gotten into trouble with their water, I would be a very wealthy governor. Or you would be a very wealthy state, because I'd have to give it back to the state coffers. But it's a huge issue, so the answer to one was yes. Sorry, General, but it's a yes.
And that is something that we're trying to avoid here, is making sure that our water infrastructure is up to date so that that doesn't happen. And unfortunately, as I said, we're a little behind, but we're catching up. We caught a lot of heat for that, but the commission did take a very bold step with water rates. I know everybody was upset with us, and should it have been done a long time ago? We've already talked about it. Yes, it should have. But the fact is, we're doing it now. And so those are some of the things that we're looking at. And if and again, I'm only one of 7, so this is just my personal opinion. But I feel like if we don't fix some of those issues, we can't take a deep dive into these other issues, because, quite frankly, we can't handle it. We have many open positions within our city. You've already heard we've got lots of open positions in our police department, and we need to consider all of that when we consider growth, and we need to consider all of that when we prioritize what we need. So I think I don't, it's not that we don't care, we don't want those things, but we can only do so much. And so we're working on it, though. We are working on it. We're trying to get some things done. And, again, not everybody's going to agree with what we feel like are our priorities, but, we're doing the best we can. So, and yes, I do appreciate you being here. We asked her to come, and so of course we're concerned about these things. And so as a city, it is important to us. All of these things are important to us. And I've said many times, the homeless population, they're still our citizens. would suggest lately, we are seeing a lot of homeless homeless individuals that are not from here, and we're seeing more and more of that. And so that's kind of an interesting dynamic that I'm sort of keeping an eye on. But for a long time, I could say, well, these are still our citizens. They were born here, they were raised here. So we do understand that, and we do have, we want to fix the problem, but again, as I said, how we go about it, we have, although I don't know, I feel like you and I agree more than I thought we did, I'll tell you that much, so that's a good thing, right? But we do, we want to address the problem. I think that regardless of what people may think, I definitely have compassion for the homeless and for those, especially those that are low income, those people that are in need and low income, and I want to see them succeed. But I just, my thoughts on that are different than some. But I do feel like it's important that we fix the criminal justice in the state as a whole. We need reform. We need to stop this revolving door. I was listening to what I didn't catch her name, but she's from the public defender's office, and she's right. We don't have murderers that are getting out, and that's not happening. But what we do have is we have those misdemeanor cases that I think it's such an injustice that they're ticketed or they're arrested, they're put in jail, they're let out the next day, they're back on the street, they're not going to pay whatever fine it is, they don't have the money for that, and then they're racking up more charges, and it's like this revolving door of people, even if they are misdemeanors. And to me, that's the injustice, and I think that those are some of the solutions we need. And we get activity sheets every day, they're available to the public, and I see the names, and sometimes I go, how many times are we going to let this person be arrested, let them out, go in front of a judge, whatever, be arrested again? How many times is this going to happen before we do something different? And I feel like it's a waste of law enforcement resources. I feel like it's a waste of judicial resources. And quite frankly, it's a disservice to that person. And a lot of that does have to do with mental health. So those are some of my concerns, for sure. I see some of my fellow commissioners here. They may have a different opinion, I don't know, but those are certainly my concerns. This is a revolving door of the same thing, the same person, and it escalates. It escalates. It starts out, pretty mild, but then it escalates. We have a situation where we have a lady that she sat in City Hall. She sat in the reception area for hours and hours and hours, and she refused to leave, and then demanded that our staff go to Starbucks and get her the free water, and then over to Albertsons and get her some things, and she demanded it, and then finally she left. And oddly enough, she showed up at our offices a few days later, and she had escalated, and she was so angry that we had to call the police because I thought she was going to assault one of my staff, and they didn't want to arrest her. They didn't want to arrest her. They wanted, I wanted her removed, obviously, because I felt like she was dangerous, but I didn't want her arrested. And the following week, she was arrested anyway. And so, what was the point of all that? That was 4 times, I think they told me 4 or 5 times that the police for the same individual. What do we do about that? And those are some of the things that we talk about all the time. Those are some of the things that we're working on. What do we do? How do we handle that? And I know that our officers are, they're uncomfortable. Who wouldn't be uncomfortable having to deal with that situation? So I think we do need to do better at that. But I think, it's what are the solutions to that? So that's what we're looking at.
Thank you. Thanks for staying this late, you guys. Really appreciate the opportunity to say a word or two. First of all, I would like to thank Chief Kunihara for his work. He has done a lot of work in my neighborhood. Have his officers always done everything exactly perfect? No. Have we in our neighborhood always asked them, in a perfectly perfect way what we want? No, but we do kind of meet in the middle. And he's helped me through a lot of situations. He's always taken the time to sit down and talk things through. And he has a lot of growth within his staff and his department. I appreciate that, sir. Ms. Padilla, thank you so much for hosting me numerous times on numerous projects back and forth between Ms. Calero and Alamogordo Tolosa. Susan, my neighbor, Mayor Payne, you've been working really hard, and I appreciate you bringing the governor to us and staying up this late at night. I didn't think it would run quite this long, and Governor Lujan Grisham, it's an honor for you to be here with your staff, and thank you for listening this late in the evening. I'm part of many things in our community, and just recently, after hearing of the loss of Jimmy Carter, I heard the loss of one of the members who was assisting one of our downwinder groups in getting an exhibit up in Paris, France this March. We lost a man called Nicholas Nova. If you look him up, guys, you'll see why it was such a great loss. We had just collaborated in a big effort to get 10 voices from New Mexico to Paris, France, the international scene, the big time, to a science art exhibit, and the thing is still in progress. What's all this got to do with crime in New Mexico? Well, you have heard numerous times, and I challenge you all to think how many times you've heard the word cancer in this group this evening. You've heard about illness, mental illness, other kinds of illnesses. We have a big, long history that is different from every other state in the nation. We are the birthplace, and Ms. Grisham knows where I'm going with this. I'm absolutely sure we're the birthplace of the nuclear age, and we need to own it. It's time for us to own it. It's time for us to stop complaining about our neighbors stepping on our front yard when our nation stepped into our state 80 years ago and has not yet fully acknowledged the outplay. So I'd like to read you a poem that is going to be part of this thing in France with these people, because we have had for 80 years and going further forward to put up with the crime of negligence of environment, including the constituents who live here, the original people, the newcomers, the Spanish, the French, the Mexicans, the Europeans, the Asian people, even the Australians. We've had to put up with all of those people having this huge event, this earth-changing event, change us all. And we've suffered a lot. We haven't even had a basic epidemiological study of the radiogenic illnesses. That hasn't even happened yet. It's 80 years. We have all this money in the state. We're waiting for the feds to do it, somebody at the federal level. Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it at home? We didn't even have a school of medicine in New Mexico when this all happened in 1945, but we do now, and it's world leading in many areas. Why can't we ask for them to help us to do this work now? We study people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the federal government's expense, but in the state of New Mexico, we didn't study our own people in our own counties and our own state. Why can't we do it now? We have one of the highest health burdens in the nation. The governor mentioned that we have 3 times the SPED rate. Interesting. We have one of the highest cancer rates. Also interesting. The burden that 5 generations brings with the handing down of cancers and radiogenic illnesses through families is not just the burden of ill health. It brings with it loss of assets, the asset gap that grows in a family when you have to take care of somebody who has cancer again and again and again. The burden usually falls as is mentioned, to the women. So the women, who are often the people who hold families together, tend to bear this burden generationally more and more and more. And we wonder why our local people are the ones whose yards need the landscape help. We wonder why the new blood coming in from outside looks down their noses at us with condescension. Well, we haven't owned our own story. And see, the thing is, we tell these stories of crime, we tell these stories of trauma stories, but we don't talk about the elephant in the room. We are the birthplace of the nuclear age, right here in New Mexico. So we know from science studies that crime stats go hand in hand with ACEs, acquired childhood events. And those acquired childhood events go hand in hand with poverty and lack of economic opportunity and access. And when, for 5 generations now, we have thousands, just in Otero County, thousands of documented families with cancer and radiogenic illness issues, why do we keep not talking about this as a major, major factor contributing to the crime and malaise and our social situation? How does it feel to teach science at Alamogordo High School to a bunch of kids this century? How does it feel to teach them this decade? Do you know what they scribble on the desks these days? I do, because I've been there. Do you know what it's like to be in Carrizozo or Tularosa teaching those same children? Do you know what they're saying, our young people? One of the 3 most important letters that I've learned in those situations that my kids put on their SAT prep test papers is IDK. Over and over again. Because they're being asked to put their life as an answer to multiple choice. The nuclear age is not about multiple choice. It's about community and us trying to mitigate something extremely, extremely complicated. So we have got this crime going on that has caused cultural genocide, language genocide, problems with our water systems, an oppression of the actual history and all its complexities that have taken place for our service people and for our New Mexican citizens and original landowners. We've got the erasure and miseducation around these issues. We just all suffered through Oppenheimer and the big international success that it made. Did we get 1 penny back from Oppenheimer, you guys? Anything that said we are an inhabited state, we are people, we need mitigation? Do you suppose if we'd even had 0.1% of the proceedings go to this cause of shedding light on the generational violence of silence, that it could have made a difference? So anyway, let me read you this little poem that will be part of this thing in Paris, France. And I'll preface it by saying, I raised my youngest child in this town. She went to Alamogordo High School. She's a good kid, quiet girl, well liked by all the students. She got a full ride to UNM and NMSU, chose NMSU. And on her big night when she was going to get her, the school gets together and all the kids get their awards, there were 2 kids who got full rides. And I drove all the way from Albuquerque, from Rust Oncology, where I was in cancer treatment for cancer myself, fancy that. 3% chance of survival. They let me out of my cancer treatment to come back to my kid's ceremony, high school ceremony, because she's getting this full ride. It was a big deal. It's a really big deal. So we sat at the tables, me and my brown husband and my brown-eyed, brown-haired last child, my baby. And I sat there with no hair, and I looked pretty emaciated, and all the other moms that hadn't seen me for a while were trying to be really nice to me. And the ceremony went on, and everybody else got their awards, except for my daughter. So we went up to the table and said, could you fix that? You know, she got a full ride also, not just the other little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. Oh, yeah, they'd fix it in just a minute. But see, they never did, Governor. They never did fix it that night. So, you know, we went home. My kid's quiet. She didn't say too much, but you could see the disappointment in her eyes. So we had a bit of a family conference that night, and me having worked at the school, I went back to my chemo room the next day, and I sat there and I thought some more, and I went to my radiation and thought some more, and I thought, you know what, this isn't right. I'm going to call the school. They're going to put it on the PA like they do in the sports teams when they're going to say, my girl, she won a full ride scholarship to NMSU. So I did. And again, the school council said, yeah, we'll get that done, Mrs. Burns. Yes, we'll get that done. But they did not. Neither did they announce it during the graduation ceremony at the Tiger Stadium. So you see, we have some unhidden, unspoken, unearthed things that we need to talk about in this town, and we need to be able to be brave enough to step up and do it. Because when my brown-haired, brown-eyed girl, whose brown daddy and ancestors are from New Mexico for time immemorial, was unannounced, she went off to college with the rest of the crew, and she's done very well, and she's up in Santa Fe. In fact, she's in one of those leadership things up in Santa Fe right now. She's got a beautiful job up there and a great life. She's been to Washington for some internship time. She's doing all right. But who else was hurt in that story? Who else was hurt? I'll tell you who. It was the little blue-eyed girl who'd gone to school with her right down here at La Luz Elementary. It was those boys, some of whom were already in trouble and on the street and struggling to come to school, who saw their champion, the girl that they said, don't come to the park with us, don't come smoke pot. No, you're not going to come down this end of the school. You are our one kid from Tularosa who's going to make it all the way. They saw her cut down. And see, these are the untold stories that we're not telling you, Governor, when we talk about, you know, whether we're going to kick some poor, unhoused, homeless person off a corner or not. We're not talking about the whole picture. We're not talking about the generational violence and erasure of true history and complexity in our own hometown. So again, let me read you my poem that I have here on my phone that I'll try to not botch up too badly that's waiting to be read. Cancer for Christmas. It's the 80th solstice anniversary since Earth's nuclear age began. The world has mainly forgotten how otherworldly and fraught the mushroom of news seemed, and how very rapidly frenzied discussions and media coverage peaked, then, after a tiny plateau, became wan, mainly subsiding beneath the tidal waves forces of money and political power of each and every bit of Anthropocene's new age with the industrial nuclear complex. All that nothing but artifact records now forming modern fossils, obscured, well hidden. In enormously complicated budgets, and in capitalism's lure, ridden with the bluster and pomp and ceremony of great nations, human brilliance and foibles, in self-management as a species, precariously emergent in the so-called East and West, impervious to environmental mitigation needs, social or health ramifications or compensation, and unable in that upheaval to seek beyond towards what's clearly humane by pain and harm mitigations and finding pathways, possibilities to what's sacred, to what's blessed. Are we in a wild oversimplification of the knowings of this trinity of past, present, and futures blending through space and time? Radioactive decay as subatomic energy particle-like movements spreading, rippling out endlessly over our landscapes divine, into places of water, soil, living tissue, and back up into the stratosphere upon the wind. 10 pounds, 4.5 kilograms excess of extra plutonium arose in the first mushroom cloud to become unaccounted for, without adequate ways to track and measure it, or it to rescind. Atomic plutonium and other elemental friends as both instant and ongoing invisible radiation energy and fallout, the life-altering, piercing, minuscule atoms of matter, constantly emitting radiation energy from our dust, moving by precipitation cycles, dispersing ever more throughout foreseeable forever, deleteriously knocking about the arrangement of live DNA, changing to cancer and to radiogenic illness prone, critical living cell functions, creating ticking time bombs within living things for altering and snuffing out life so prematurely, so grotesquely, night and day. Christmas for cancer. Governor, what I ask of you is, going into this next legislative session, to hold thoughts of all New Mexicans near and dear to your heart, with the new consideration that the basis of some of our societal difficulties, challenges, including crime and safety, need a much more holistic, broad view, and we need to start connecting the very many dots. We talk about all these little bits and pieces. We have a great public defender who can share so much information in seconds with a large audience. We have a great special ed teacher who understands a whole piece of important risk management, but leaves out the rest of the kids who also may have like records, mind you. We talk about the CTE at the school, and Payne Mayor, thank you for pointing out that we have brilliant staff at a brilliant high school already, right here in Alamogordo. Of course, we could do more and better, but underpinning a lot of this is generational loss, quiet, silent generational loss. And so I ask you to take that with you and to consider approaching this in a new way and helping us to take state responsibility for something that we have battled for 80 years, and the Tularosa Basin Downwinders, Tina Cordova, who's one of the people who will be in the Paris exhibit in March, not in person, but her some of her pieces of work and some 9 other people's pieces of work will be. They'll continue to fight at the federal level, but please, can we start to do something at home? We have the red brick building in Tularosa, 22,000 square feet, and a historic building. It's already designated for cultural heritage and education. Please, when we submit our grant application, please be creative in helping us know what else to do. We don't have in our little villages the scientists and people that are up at the Nuclear Science Museum or Hispanic National Cultural Center in Albuquerque. We don't have access to them in a very tangible, ready way because we're a little rural place down here. Alamogordo can't even properly speak with Tularosa half the time because we're 13 miles away and a lot of us can't afford the gas money back and forth. We're too busy keeping the lights on and food on the table. We'd love to have these things. We'd love to have these cultural monuments that really speak deeply to who we are. We'd love for our children to be coming up in that environment, for our young adults to be able to fashion those futures But right now, we're impoverished by this generational burden. And we need your help. We know you understand. We know you've done the work. We know you have the experience. We know Tularosa and Las Cruces have already signed on to support RICA, for example. We know Alamogordo has sat and considered it. I know our mayor supports these things. But what do we do about it all? What do we do to our community, and how do we begin to heal from this 5-generation equity gap? Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have one more. Just thank you. Very good. I'd like to just take the opportunity to thank the members of the community that came out to join us in this robust discussion. We are grateful for the opportunity. Thank you to our panelist members. Thank you to our host, the mayor, the president,